Okay, welcome back, everybody. We hope you enjoyed that last song by the Nebe Singers, the Honor Water song. And so at this time, we welcome you back, and we want you to tune into or get on the website of www.spiritofthewater.org. And on there, there's a donation button where you can make a donation. And if you make a $50 donation, you will get a t-shirt like this. And if you make a $100 donation, then you will get a sweatshirt. It's a zip up, which are my favorite, and then it has our a logo on the back of Nebe. So we would really appreciate that because it takes all kinds of money to put on the symposium every year. It pays for gas money, it pays for speakers, for food, for porta potties, for printing, for advertisement. So we really, really need your help in helping us put on this symposium in August. It's August 3rd through the 7th. And if you get on that website, you will see where the dates are. And you are all welcome to come, men and women. And so we appreciate your support. And just keep your donations coming. We really appreciate this. And it's not just for this, but it's for the world. It's for the water. It's for the earth. It's for the future generations, the next 7 generations. With that,
miigwech.
Turn it over to Greg.
One note on that, if you're making a donation, make sure you let us know what size that you need and your contact information, okay? And I'm distracted. It's Bay's fault because he's rubbing shoulders there of his special person. So, you going to introduce? Oh.
We're going to do the song first.
Oh, okay. Very,
okay, so
Very
there's
well.
a song first.
Excuse me.
Okay.
yeah.
I can sing. You talk now.
So, bonjour Minowa, hello again. This is part of our introduction to our next guest, Chief Mike. He expressed that he really enjoyed one of the songs we opened with this morning. So we're going to set him up with this song as he gets ready to share with you. So.
Spirit first. Wabanong is of the Spirit first. Jawanong is of the Spirit first. Ningabinon, Kiwedenon is of the Spirit first. Akini Mama is of the Spirit first. Akini Mama is of the Spirit first. Everything is of the Spirit first. Abiinooji is of the Spirit first. Abiinooji is of the Spirit first. Everyone is of the Spirit first. You and me are of the Spirit first. You and me are of the Spirit first. Everyone is of the Spirit first. Wabanong is of the Spirit first. Jawanong is of the Spirit first. Ningabinon, Kiwedenon is of the Spirit first. Akini Mama is of the Spirit first. Akini Mama is of the Spirit first. Everyone is of the Spirit first. Abiinooji is of the Spirit first. Abiinooji is of the Spirit first. Everyone is of the Spirit first. You and me are of the Spirit first. You and me are of the Spirit first. Everyone is of the Spirit first. Way out, 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 way out is of the Spirit first.
Oh, wow. And with that, we welcome Chief Mike to share his wisdom, a hope.
I'll put you in this white one here then. You don't have to worry about getting too close. The other one will block your face. The microphone blocked your face.
Oh.
Abiinooji-Aki. Hello, my relatives. Abiinooji-Aki, as we are all related. So my name is Michael Bissonnette. I'm part French and Lakota. So I honor both sides of my race, you know, so the French and the Lakota. My father was a Jackson Bissonnet. My mother was Sylvia Stabber. They're both Lakota. We were from the Pine Ridge Reservation. My mother's name was Ate Ampetuluta, her red day. My father's name was Wapaha Ska, Wapaha Chota. He had gray hat. My name is Wiaka Glishka Yuha Omani. Walks with spotted eagle feather. It was given to me by my uncle. My spiritual name. So anytime I'm in ceremony, I use it in prayer. The public, they come up and ask me, "Oh, you have an Indian name. What is it?" But I can't tell them. I said, "No, I only use that name when I am in ceremony, and I can't be walking around just saying that name anywhere." So as an Oglala, Oglala Sioux, our original name is Oyate. So we never had that word Sioux in our language. We don't know what that is. We just know that the English have put that on us. Well, we are originally the Oyate. We are the 7 council fires. We are a confederacy of seven tribes. We speak the same language. We have 3 dialects. We have the same ceremonies. We all understand our ceremonies. We have 7 moral codes to go by. I'm a traditional person. I go the way of the pipe. I do the sun dance. I practice our spiritual ways. I grew up in a Catholic boarding school. And from there, I went to a Bureau of Indian Affairs boarding school. We've been talking about how we grew up with alcoholism, in our societies and in our communities. And I grew up the same way. I understand it very well. I also went to school to be a counselor. I used to be a counselor to military men. Military men are very particular about their counselor. They're like, well, if you're not a military person, or if you have never been in addiction, why very picky. So those are the ones I counsel, because I am the same. I understand them. So I used to be in the U.S. Army. I went to Germany. I went to Texas. I used to practice warfare in the desert in Death Valley. So I understand the military life very well. Being in a boarding school, having to live that life, it was very easy to be in the military. It was all the same. Today I brought my my shina, this blanket. This blanket is a representation of it's like a coat of armor, a coat of, a shield. It represents the Stabber Teoshpae, our community. Wapachcha Sa, the Stabber. Chief Stabber, he was a friend to Crazy Horse, and he fought alongside him at the Battle of Little Bighorn. and that was on my mother's side. My father, he was related to our local town's chief, our headman, Chief Little Boone, Chief American Horse. My father's the U.S. Navy. My grandfather was Army. My uncles were in the Air Force. You know, my brothers were Army, the ones that could go. I am in the middle of my family, of a family of 10. I had 7 brothers and 3 sisters. Well, we have I was going to tell you a story about a little bit, and it kind of goes like this. A long time ago, there was a great flood, and there was an eagle flying above the water. When he was looking at the water, he was looking way down there, and he saw this rock. And on this rock was a lady. And he looked down at the lady and he said, "Oh, it's a human. Humans are very fragile. Anything can kill them. You know, they don't have thick fur, they don't have claws, you know, they don't have big teeth, they're weak and they're very fragile." He says, "I better go down there and help her and feed her with a fish." And then he flew down, he grabbed the fish and gave it to her and left. And he did that for 2 days. And on the 3rd day, the lady called him to stop by. And so the eagle stopped, and she asked him to go fly as far as he could to find another human, because there were no other humans. And so he flew all day long, and he finally came back in the evening and gave her another fish and said, "I could find nothing. I didn't see any more humans, and I didn't see any more land. You're on the only piece of land for thousands of miles." You know, he figured, he said, "I flew as high as I could all day long to search." And so the lady, she prayed to Tukashala, God, and asked Tukashala to take her life because she didn't want to be the only human left on earth. Well, Tukashala thought about her prayer, and he thought, you know, I don't want the humans race to end, and I got to think I have to restart the human race. So he asked the eagle to fly down and to represent men to be in the human race, but the eagle said, "No, I do not want to be human. They're fragile and they're weak. You know, as an eagle, I could fly as long as I want. I never have to land. I eat whatever I want, alive or dead. And I eat everything, from the claws, bones, beaks. I don't leave nothing. I have no enemies. I have total freedom to do whatever I want." And so Tukashala asked him again, and that he would forever honor him if he did this for Tukashala. So he relented, and finally he flew down by the lady and landed next to her. And so Tukashala turned the eagle into a man and left the eagle feather in his hair. But also he told him, Tukashala told the eagle, he told the man that he has a responsibility to the female, that he must always take care of her. He must always help her with all her work, because she has a lot of work to do. And she must never leave her side, to always be there. And those are 3 directives that he gave man to be on this earth with females. But at the same time, you know, the females have to take care of the men. You know, you have fragile egos, you know, you have to watch out for that. So, not to hurt them too much. to help take care of them, food, feed them, while they go hunting, bring back the food. So that's one of our stories about the eagle and kind of like water, When we do the Sundance, we call our Sundance Wiwong Wachi, to watch women dance. So at the same time, when we are doing the Sundance, we are honoring women by wearing skirts while we dance. We don't eat all day, and we don't drink any water all day. And we have certain songs we dance to, and there's about 7 or 8 of them. And once we sing the 7 or 8 songs, that is a round, and then we smoke a pipe, and we rest. And then we get up and dance another round, and smoke a pipe again, and that's how it goes in a Sundance every day. So for 4 days, we do this. So if a visiting chief or a visiting medicine man comes by, he could feed us some spiritual food, while we're sun dancing. So what we're doing is when we are dancing, we are giving of ourselves. We are giving up the comfort of our lives to help the spirits so that the spirits can go heal the world. We are giving them our strength to give them strength so they can do what they can to help people and to help the world. That is why we dance, for the people. And that is the way of our Sundance, our Wiwong Wachi. And that is the way of being in the sweat too, is you are giving up your comfort when you're in a nipi. It's our word for making yourself pure, the nipi in Lakota. So I've been to a lot of Ojibwe sweats, and I started to learn the songs of the Ojibwe in the sweat lodge. The wolf song and the bear song, thunderbird and eagle song, all of them. So I still listen to the Red Shadow dancers, the Red Shadow singers, they sing all of them. So we always honor our women by doing our Sundance and try to make their lives easier by helping them. The women are responsible for our water, to make sure our water is clean so that they could cook and make food with clean water. Well, first we got to make sure it is clean. And so I know a long time ago when we used to roam the plains and follow the buffalo, we would follow our same camps we would use, because at these camps, we planted medicines at these camps, and we would go to this camp and that camp for a different medicine. And that is how we went across the plains, for always our different medicines that we planted along the way that we could harvest while we were there. And we knew when they were going to be ripe and when it was ready. At the same time, we had to be by water so that we could always have water for our horses. So our horses were Shunkawakan, our holy dog. They help us. So Shunkawakan are very smart. They're a very smart animal. They will know things before you know that. Before you know, if you have a horse and you are riding him, he will know what is ahead of you before you even know. That's how smart they are. They kind of see the future. So that's the thing about horses. Yeah, we had to learn how to even do the making of a chief. You know, in my family, my uncles and my cousins were getting together about 2 years in a row. For the last 3 years, they were getting together to find out how we do this. How do we make a chief? How do we get someone in our family to be one, and who should be one? What do they have to be like in order to be a person that ranks like a chief? And so it wasn't always genetic. You know, you have to be an honorable person. You know, you have to know your ways. You have to know who you are. You know, right now, if you do a background check on me, you know, I wouldn't have any background on myself since the 80s. So I've done background checks on myself. You know, people have done it, workplaces have done background checks on me, and they can't believe they couldn't find nothing. They're like, why? Why does he not have a background? And they do another one. They say, we must have made a mistake. He has to have a background. So I give them one, you know, but it's not the one they're looking for. And so I've been in the military, you know, I've been to school, you know, I work for the people, you know, I work at a sacred place. I don't drink and I don't drug. And I know all about alcohol and drugs, what it does to a person, everything about it. I lived it, I grew up with it, and I fight against it. So, and I try to teach the people the same thing, you know, how to live your life in a good way. You know, I try to teach young people all the time, every day. You know, whenever I find them, whenever I get a chance, if they're able to listen, because they have to be able to listen first. You have to get them in that position where they can listen. So that is the way I live my life. You know, I go to ceremony, you know, practice being in AA and preach that way, and follow my traditions, you know, and try to stick to, you know, the moral codes of our 7 moral codes, you know, generosity, being humble, being giving, you know, and listening and just following our ways, you know. Go to ceremony, any ceremony, every ceremony. And wherever I'm at, you know, in March, I went to Hawaii last March to see the Hawaiian people and to tell them that we are going to help support them in their endeavors of trying to follow their ways of saving their sacred places, and to give them moral support, that we understand how they're suffering and that they can't live on their land because Hawaii is too expensive for them, that all the capitalists have made it that way, you know. So a lot of them are homeless, you know. They have 2 jobs, you know, but the place is just so expensive they can't afford to pay rent. $3,000 a month, you know. You know, everything is shipped in, you know. But I said, hey, I'll try to help you guys out. I brought a can of Spam from South Dakota, yeah. You know, the Hawaiians, they really eat a lot of Spam, you know. They make it taste really delicious, you know. Yeah, I eat a lot of the Hawaiian foods are fresh, you know. real fresh fruits and vegetables, really good. The air is different there, it is healthier, it seems like. But the sun is a killer, when you get in the water, it can just bake you really quick. So you gotta wear sunscreen at that place, it's just really hot. You'll get sunburnt, Even though we have brown skin and we're kind of used to heat and that our brown skin can really take a lot of the sun. In Hawaii, it can't, you gotta be careful. And I learned that the hard way, along with Georgia. Georgia really learned it hard. Are there any questions? Okay.
Do you have any advice for all of the listeners about like the political climate that we're in today? I was thinking about how I feel like it woke up some ancestral genetic memory of my ancestors and the time where they were all put on reservations and suffered a lot of loss and bloodshed. And with the political climate today, do you have any words of advice to all the people on how we can stay strong and move forward?
Well, I was thinking that, every American president that we've ever had, no matter what party it is that's in the office, all of them have all been the same, and when it comes to the Native people, they're not very supportive, and they're always willing to take our land, and they're always willing to do something to us, and so I would say with this one coming up, we must stay strong and follow our traditional ways and continue that way and be strong within ourselves, so this too shall pass, and it will. It only lasts for 4 years, and then we'll be on to the next one, and then whatever that one does, But we must still go about our lives and keep our traditions alive and keep them going and stay strong that way. That is the way I'm going to do, is continue my traditional ways and support them and follow those ways more than ever. And we must teach our young children the same thing, to stay strong and follow these in our traditional ways, That is the best thing. I kind of hope that answered your question a little bit,
Anybody else?
Hold on one second. We're having a geriatric moment. I can identify, that's the only reason I said that.
Okay. It's not the right question, but it's a different one.
It's okay.
Is it ready?
We're good.
Hi, my name's Roberta Crow.
Hello, Roberta.
How was I going to say that? What words do you have for somebody who's starting to be, how do you say, I don't even know how to say it, somebody that's starting out to be a chief? And the other part of it is about treaties. What do you think of treaties nowadays?
Treaties to the American government are the law of the land. treaties were made when there was no Congress, there was no representatives. Treaties were made when there was just the president and the vice president, and they had to think of a way to defend themselves against the natives who were stronger than the whole government. You know, at that time, they were really weak, and we could have taken over the whole government. All we had to do was take them out, just the president and the vice president, that's all it was. But we didn't. Instead, we tried to work with them. That's all we've ever been trying to do is work with the European people when they first came. And even though we could have been stronger in a physical way, you know, I encourage young people to follow their traditional ways, you know, stay away from alcohol, drugs, and to be an honorable person while you're here, you know, in order to, you know, my family had looked in all my family to find a chief. You know, we had to have a chief in order to give the young people courage to continue that we are following our traditional ways, that we do have a chief, we have a leader. You know, in Lakota, the chief is called a Tancha. He's the leader. And there's only one. So that is the way, you know, I think to be a leader is to try to be one, and you be a honorable person all your life, you know, as much as you can. We're not perfect, but we could try to be sometimes, you know. In my family, you know, I have doctors, and I have NFL football players in my family, you know, and we have all these notable family members, you know, with doctorates and master's degrees and all that. But if you're busy using alcohol to support your lifestyle, you know, that is not the way to be. You know, if you are dependent on another drug to make you feel healthy, you know. Some of them I understand why they do it, you know, because of PTSD from the war, you know, and from pain. If you're always feeling a lot of pain because of injuries you received, you know, some of these things, you know, like marijuana will help you alleviate that. But at the same time, it's a mind-altering chemical at the same time, you know. So it's not always good to have your mind altered this way, you know. It's best to live with a straight mind, always, so that you can live the best way. Is there any other questions?
Nope.
What are your thoughts on the doctrine of discovery?
The doctrine of discovery? Oh, I don't know. What's the doctrine of discovery here?
The doctrine of discovery was a series of documents put out by the Pope in the late 1400s, before Columbus and his crew started coming around. And in those documents, I'll come up here. In those documents, the Pope declared that the explorers, the Europeans, on behalf of the church, could claim as property anyone who did not follow the Christian beliefs, and thus we became property, African Americans became property, anybody that didn't follow those ways. And that is still on the books, if you
Oh.
will.
Gee.
And so it gave the Christian communities what they wanted to come in and take what they wanted.
Ah.
And so, as late as 2005, that was incorporated into a Supreme Court decision.
You would think they would try to follow their 10 Commandments, that they had, and that if you could follow that way, all the Christians would be better off, and how they treat everyone and what they think about things, This probably follows along the lines of manifest destiny and stuff like that, and which gave them okay to do all kinds of things, Yeah. Yeah, they should follow their 10 Commandments, I really appreciate being here and that invited by Mary Ellen to come to your home and come to this place where you live and where you are following your traditional ways, and it's commendable. I really appreciate being here. I've been into your inipis and they're very hot and but also healing. I went to an EP here a few weeks ago, and it was very hot, and I had to put my head to the ground. At the same time, I was having a physical problem, in my toe, and when I got done with the NEPI and I went home, my toe healed up. So the traditional ways are very powerful, very healing, and I believe in them. At one time, while I was doing the Sundance, I had this heart attack in 2006. I was 46 years old, and while I was going through the heart attack, I was riding in this car trying to get to the hospital, and people were asking me questions, and I decided that I did not want to react to any of these questions. I decided I did not want to feel anything that people were wanting me to feel, sadness or shock or trauma or any of that. While I was going through this heart attack, I decided I didn't want to do any of that, and I made it my mind not to. And so once I got through with that ordeal of having a heart attack, I found out it was called the widowmaker, and that 98% of men who before they hit the ground, is so devastating, And I was telling some relatives the other day about, they woke me up after the surgery and at 2 a.m. and they said, Mike, you're flatline, you have no heartbeat. And so I was looking at the monitor and it was flatlined, and he says, we'll give you 30 more seconds before we hit you with the paddles. And the nurse was standing there with the paddles ready to hit me with them, give me the really big shock and to bring me back. But I was laying there, I was looking at him, and so as I was telling the story, the people looked at me and they were like, we don't think you were awake, Mike. By your story, you must have been floating above your body and having an out-of-body experience. I was like, no, I don't think so. I think I was awake. I understand having out-of-body experience. I've had one before. But in 2021, I went back to go see what my heart was doing, and then they said, oh, we checked your heart, and we put another stent in your other blood veins, and you grew another blood vein. Your heart grew an extra blood vein to keep you alive. So Tugashla has me alive for a reason, and I'm still trying to figure that out yet, but I keep on going with my traditional ways and trying to get the young people to follow them. And that is the way for them. Because that is the way I believe is the true way for us. We have to stick to our traditional beliefs and preach them for our young people. Okay. Well, thank you very much. Pilamaya.
Oh, language.
Great.
Oh. Bonjour, Nindoe Magani Duk, Ishkadebene, Indigene Kaz, Wabashishi, and Odam. We've heard a lot of references to our struggles with addiction, and when I hear Chief Mike reach out to our young ones, I think of our tradition of live by attraction and not promotion, and which says our lifestyle is what's going to preach to our children. And so, miigwech with those words. Just a shift in mindset. I don't like these timelines in times like this. I need time to digest the wisdom. But the reality is we're still asking your donations. The www.spiritofthewater.org, and click on the donation button. And the donation of $100 will send along a sweatshirt with our logo on the back. $50 is a t-shirt with the same logo on it. And when you do that, please leave us your contact information and what size you need. The size goes from small up to 4X. So thank you for support up to this time. And we're going to continue to invite your generosity to support the efforts that we're working on toward our symposium, August 3rd to August 7th, 2005. So next, Bay Quarterer is going to share with us, I just like listening to his insights on life. And through story and poetry, we invite Bay, and with a lot of gratitude. So, welcome, Bay. Miigwech.
Hey, welcome. Thank you. No podium. Yeah, good. That's okay. Thank you. On Indian country. I guess this goes all over the place. It's the farthest I've ever been. All over the place. I'm a Lakudere Ojibwe Army veteran, wildland firefighter veteran. Came a long way to get to where I'm at now. I've been writing, I started writing in the VA hospital in 2015. I didn't sleep for about a couple of years, and maybe 4 hours a week. My mind was cracked. But that's another, well, when I was able to speak again and to communicate, I was surrounded by my peers, comrades, Vietnam veterans, you know, all the way to the current conflicts that we have. And I brought my poggin along. That's the only thing I brought along with me. You know, I didn't know whether I was going to die at that point or live. It wasn't up to me. Those spirits were already taking me, but they brought me back down. And I started getting better and better, and I could read, and I could speak. Then I just started writing the things that I had felt inside, being there at that place of healing with people that understand what that type of pain is, that suffering. And I saw, you know, that I shared some poems there and would read. They had an auditorium there that was really nice, so I read a few there, and they said that when the lights go out, that those are the things that they read, get them through the night, you know. And I didn't know that I had that kind of impact on that on the human condition, and that's what I write about. The parities, the oddities, the imagination is powerful. And it's through writing and sharing my things with the world that's the platform that I choose to work from when I work with people or address a community or people of like minds. So I'm going to share a few of the things that I always like to start out with 1,000 miles. Because every time that I have failed, I always got back up, you know, and just something better will come, you know, if you just keep getting up, you know. And that's my advice. That's what I've learned. I've always been a fighter, you know. I even fight spirits in my dreams. I mean, you know, raising Cain, and you know, I'm not afraid. You know, I've been dead a few times already, you know, but I always come back to this existence. So I have to try to understand things through a creative mind and wonder what's next? What is the next chapter? What is the next beautiful thing that will come into my life to help me so I can help you? 1,000 miles. And I am 1,000 miles more. Just didn't know it till I got there. Arrived heavy in my arms. My beloved was weighed down. Sign said 1,000 miles more. Next exit, last chance, etc. Neon signs offering refuge. A place to pull in while the tank is empty. A place of chance during the long night, the longest night. Somewhere to roll the dice or drive on. And everything has its limits, so I'm told. Yet thirst can drive a thirsty man to it. His limits. His knees even with hunger begging, thought to be insane, only wishing to dine at another table altogether. He sees things out there with the savor of appeal, but he knows he's just seeing things. Fresh paint, green grass, the wind upon his face, cool water. Just another man's mind raised with deprivation, deprived of his 1,000 miles more. Something beyond the limits they all seem to proffer altogether. 1,000 miles. Not coming this far just to come this far, to become another man rambling on about 1,000 miles. I am 1,000 miles more. July 2024. It's got a lot of meaning for me because I went the distance, and I'm always prepared to go the distance, no matter what faces me or the people that I help, that I'll always take them that far to show them that you can do it too, And some of these come from my imagination, my spirit that opens up to the world, to be creative, to say something wonderful about something that I've seen or witnessed. And this is the dance. I'm not sure what spells of the universe draws me from my bed in listless slumbers. What sounds are hers that beckon me to wait upon these shores? Rhythmic and lapping waves initiate the beginning of our elemental dance underneath the moon and stars. She glides in and out of my awareness as if she were the very mist herself, secreting our fray, knowing the dawn will eventually come. The earth, water, wind, and fire are the instruments of these deep dreams and the surreal, great beauty in silent motion. For she will be gone to me again before the first rays of lights splits open those skies, pulling me from a dream within a dream. A loon solemn cries out from the waning darkness as I awaken, announcing her departure back into those night skies just before the precipice of the dawn. And I truly believe he weeps for me, knowing she has gone, knowing what is left when the dance is done. Or maybe we both weep loudly for each other, knowing we must always return to these magical waters, never to dance alone. That's like the fourth poem I ever wrote. Sometimes it just comes like that, and sometimes it's like this one took years to write. I was trying to embrace a woman in dance, and what that, to describe it in a few words. Thunderbirds raced her. She had warrior sewn in every bead and ribbon of her dress, every shell. And when she danced, her shawl became a great eagle soaring in her element, high upon grandfather's sky, commanding the wind. A storm blowing with every turn as she made her way, reappearing in and out of the people sharing in celebration. A butterfly that kisses the flower as it lands. She takes flight around and around in a great mystery, her colors flashing as lightning to the drum her thunder, the earth her rhythm. Harmony on earth as she expels her energy in the hoop of life as a gift of life. Her feet, it seems, touch the grasses with all of her powers, something that must be witnessed, that cannot be written here on paper, only sung in the tongue of the people, and the song will be as the honor beats sound out in all directions, that thunderbirds raced her. Bay Quarter 2022. How are we doing on time? 12? All right. We'll just push on through. This is December 9th, 2016, when we got back from Standing Rock. A group of veterans, LCO AMVETS post-1998. Suzanne Mills was president, Navy veteran, myself, my father, and a few other vets from here. And this is an actual story of what transpired when I walked down, and this elder auntie, she came up to me and, "Oh, we're so glad you're here, soldier boy." We're all in uniform, because there was an all call to vets, but we went out the day before that call came out, so we didn't know that happened until we were almost there. But that was a beautiful sight to see all those veterans coming down, and to protect those people. Because that was our oath, foreign and domestic, to protect the people that, in the atrocities, the abuse, the enormous tragedy. But she hugged me, and I was emotional, and I was almost crying, I'm glad you're here, and I told her, I said, "I'm sorry I'm late, My child," this is grandmother and soldier boy. "My child, we have clung to the river, women, children, protectors, waiting for you to come, soldier boy. The black snake cavalry is before us, spraying its venom and fiery breath. One by one we have fallen, only to rise again and as the sun in great power. Its ceaseless writhing and fury, feared and fled as the soldier boys came into camp, riding upon the winter's painted war pony, donned with eagle feathers and eagle staffs. His hooves struck the earth, sounding a great drum as he came from many nations. My child, I hold you close, soldier boy, close to my bosom, close to the grandchildren within my heart, close to my twilight just over that next hill. Let my spirit remain forever in this embrace. Let the river lead you to our victory, said Grandmother Standing Rock to Soldier Boy. December 9th, 2016. I wrote this a couple summers ago, sitting at my window alone and lost in thought and lost in transition. In another life, I would make all of the same beautiful mistakes I've ever made, the ones that have brought me to the brink of the ends of my strength. I would paint the doors to them in a brighter shade of knowledge, something more appealing than the color of fear as they open and close behind me. And I would scribe them deeply in blood ink so that I would know my wisdom. There would be a window to look out of for contemplating over another life of the things that I have warred over and lost. And there would be bright and beautiful rays of light drawn over those distant battlefields, a picture of solemn silence that will pause your very breath as the smoke wanes from them, something worthy of commitment to memory. The taste of the ashes within my tears remind me painfully of a life hard fought in which victory is imminent and the dreadful cost of standing lastly in the midst of it all. Yes, in another life, it would be beautiful. Bay 2022. Time? Give to me any freedom, any day to love freely without the ritualistic dances of condition, without the consequences of catastrophe by invitation only. Give to me the unconditionality of night and day, and I will show you that I am the sky. Becoming a warm breeze that lingers over an evening meadow, carrying a great sea of fireflies for you to float upon in wonder. I have arrived blazing, free to shine upon the earth, if only for a moment. A small part to play within the vastness of the circle of life. Its bidding does call to me freely to be beautiful. I give it all to you, unconditional as it is. The fragility of a whisper and it is gone. Dawn arrives and answers with the songs of many birds that sing the sun to rise, giving to the world another day in the game of chance. And should it pass by you again, may tomorrow be promised to you. I am the sky. So I don't know how much time I got left. Yeah, all right. Well, thank you for listening and sitting still there. Oh. Well, like I said, all this is going for good things. We're all going to learn something from this. Miigwech.
Oh,
Chimigwech.
miigwech.
Chimigwech Bay for sharing your inner feelings and thoughts about experiences that you've had in life. Thank you for being Ogichida for us, for serving and for serving in the, which was the Army for against terrorists and in our wars for domestic and
Foreign and domestic.
foreign and domestic.
Yeah.
Thank you, Bay. I love your poetry. Chimigwech. Thank you for coming. Okay, a real quick commercial. Again, these are our T-shirts, if you donate $100, you can have one of these zip-up hoodies. I like zip-ups. And it has Abiinooji-Aki logo on this side, Children of the Earth, and then it has the Women in Water coming together. Women can change the world. All right. And then we have the T-shirts for a $50 donation. So we really need donations to get our symposium off the ground again in August. And, it all goes, it takes money to do programming, to do ceremonies, to do all of that stuff. We have to work together. We need your support. So please donate as much as you
Contact
can.
information.
And also give us your contact information, like your name, address, phone number,
Size.
size, if you are going to make a donation and would like a T-shirt or a hoodie.
Make which.
Sheenawich. Okay. And we'd also like to thank our last donors here. We had Beatrice B., Jeanette P., Margaret M., and Roberta C. And earlier we had Roger N., Ria O., Kelly O., Clara M., Michelle B., Marcy C., Carrie K., Kathy H., Georgia B., and Larry M. Okay. So, all right, so now without further ado, we have another speaker. He is an Anishinaabe Inini, and he lives in a very good traditional way of life. And his English name is R.J. Smith, and he is going to speak today. Come on over. He's going to speak today about men's roles and our Anishinaabe way culture and water protection, and he's just very, very good man here. So without further ado, here's R.J. Smith. You will enjoy every minute of what he has to say, I'm sure. Thank you for coming.
Nice family affair with my cousin. You're a hard act to follow there, so thanks for setting the bar high. I appreciate that. I'm not a veteran, I'm not a warrior, or I'm a warrior of my own sort, right? In that we're all here for the same fight. And I'm just I would say a spoiled only child of a single mother, right? Raised in Chicago, and luckily my path led me back home to Lakudare, and it might have. I was trying to think of what to talk about today, and just trying to. I just wanted to reiterate, in our teachings, when Grandma Mary Ellen asked me to come and speak, and of course you got to listen to your elders, right? And I'm definitely going to listen to Grandma Mary Ellen. She's been a really important person in my life, even before I knew who she was. I know she's responsible for the sobriety of so many people, right? The youth that I would work with, they would come back to Chicago. These awesome, amazing experiences that they had, and I do this to honor my own grandmother, right? I cling to these ways, and I turn to these ways because she wasn't allowed to, right? My grandmother, her first language was Ojibwe, and I can remember for a long time I'd never heard her speak our language. Never heard her speak our language until one day, driving her around, and all of a sudden, she was sitting in the passenger seat like a good little Nokomis, and with her purse full of candies and handkerchiefs and all that, and all of a sudden, Makade Mashkiki Wabu. And I was just all surprised. What'd you say, Grandma? She was asking for coffee, right? Makade Mashkiki Wabu. So I'm going to continue drinking my Makade Mashkiki Wabu to honor her. But, that was, it was just a beginning of her coming back. Seeing her grandson start turning toward these ways, start growing my hair long, and start acknowledging these spiritual gifts that our people have and our cultural value and what it can do for us and into the future, you know. I want to honor her, and I definitely want to honor all those Nokomis out there, those grandmas out there that are leading the charge, right, for the health of our water, the health of our planet. So I just wanted to sing just an honor song for you all, you know, and you know, it's just to say miigwech to all of you for all that amazing hard work and showing us that path. You know, my grandma, she started jogging in her 50s. She started doing marathons and things like that, you know, and it was just amazing to see. It was amazing to see her spirit, and you know, I definitely miss her every day. And come here, you're gonna sing with me?
Sit by me.
Okay, you're gonna sit by me. He's gonna help me sing this one for you all, okay? But you know, I'm lucky enough that.
I don't need to come by you.
Okay, I need your strength, yeah. My nephew here, I need his strength up here with me. But I just want to sing a sidestep for just in honor of all those ladies that are leading this charge. You know, I'm lucky enough to. My grandma was part of all the Smith girls here in Lakota, right? And I live in Smith Village, and I'm real proud of that. And you know, I'm proud of all my aunties and my uncles as well. You know, they all did so much for me and trying to lead me toward this path. You're okay. So we're gonna sing a song. Me and my Went are gonna sing a song for you all. He's okay. He can sit. You want to sit over here? Oh, you want his phone? All right. He wants the phone. You can take the phone to Sissy over there. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna sing this song for you all, and I hope you enjoy it. You know.
Sister she wanted to have my phone.
We know what's important to this next generation. Hey, phones. Just kidding. I'm glad I remembered the whole song, holy. But once again, you know, I definitely feel like low man on the totem pole after all the other male speakers here. You know, I excuse myself in front of all of you, and so I want to start this off in a proper way, right? Name kumig nandishnakas majike ndodem ojibwe sinaboy nanishnabe and dao odao was a guy getting don jaba nijo mendeo. You know, I'm just a plain old guy, you know, and I claim to know very little of our ways and of our culture, but I've also been taught that what we know, we share, you know, and I've been working with youth since I was a youth so many years ago, and you know, I'm really lucky that all the things that I've learned from our youth, you know, all those things that they've shared with me and that they've given me. They've definitely given me more than I've given them, I feel like. You know, I've learned so much from just being around our young people. That sidestep song, you know, that I sang, I was trying to think of our roles within this, you know, like I said, I'm taught that for us, Anishinaabe women, they look after that water, right? That's your job. That's one of your jobs, one of your huge roles that you have to protect that water, you know. And for us men, we have that fire to look after, you know. And so I sang that song, you know, just to encourage those women that need you know, that push forward to stand up for our people, because it's such a hard time right now. I know we're facing a lot of changes and a lot of challenges going into this next few years, and I know that we're going to survive it because we've been through worse. We've been through worse. And so, you know, it's our, just like those jingle dress dancers, you know, those healing dancers, it's their responsibility and their role to heal the people, you know, and as a man, it's my responsibility to know those songs and to sing them. You know, my nephew, he's here, and if I'd have sung it wrong, he'd have let me know. He's, Uncle, you sang that wrong, you know. He'd have let me know. But thankfully, I remembered it all the way through. And I talk about our young people a lot, and I always like to mention my own children, my son Jawin and my daughter Migwants, and now I have my two granddaughters, Wasabia and Nanu Kazins, you know. And it's my children were such a healing to me, and they introduced me to a game. Through them, I got to know about lacrosse. And my cousin over there, you know, I don't know if he remembers this or not. I was arena director at the Milwaukee Powwow, and just kind of visiting, walking around during intertribals, and my cousin Bay, you know, he's like, hey, you still working with lacrosse? Because I'll post about that stuff and pictures of our kids playing lacrosse. And he said, hey, I see you're working with lacrosse. That's good. And I was real busy just trying to look around. And I said, yeah, I'm still working with them. And I looked off this way, and then I looked back at Bay, and he had a small lacrosse stick that I don't know if he still wears it around his neck, but I know that Pipe Mustache gave him that before he went off to war, you know. And so, you know, one of the things that I know our role as men and as warriors was to play this game, our sacred medicine game. You know, it was directly to give thanks for that water. You know, every spring when those thunders return, we know our responsibility is to go play for that water, to say miigwech for that bish, right? For that life coming back to us, those spirit beings that protect it for us and bring it back to us every spring. You know, I know that when that first rain falls, we look to playing. When that first thunder hits, we look to play our game. And you know, that's one of those biggest roles as a man that I try to cling to. You know, playing this game for our people. You know, I'm a grandfather now. I never touched a lacrosse stick until I was in my 40s, and now. You know, I'm thankful to be part of that resurgence of this game coming back to our communities. And it's such an awesome thing to see our young people play, to see our young people pick up these sticks. And I was listening to some of the speakers earlier who were all so awesome. But I heard some of those ladies talking about picking up those responsibilities that our ancestors left for us, you know. And I know that, you know, when I pick up this stick, I'm holding the stick of my grandfathers, my great-grandfathers, the ones that came before me. We know that we almost lost this game, you know, but now there's a really big resurgence of it coming back. And I see the power that it's unleashing within our youth. And we know that we need to direct them in a good way with this game. We need to teach them that it's not only about, you know, learning to tame that fire within them, right? Just like our powwows, which originated as a way to honor our Ogichida, right? Then our Ogichida gave those celebrations to the people. They allowed everyone in there. I know that, you know, originally you're supposed to have been a warrior to sing these songs, and they opened that up and they gave it to the people because of its healing properties and its spiritual nature, and the way it can help us all. You know, if it hadn't been for powwows, I would have never found my way back here. I know I wouldn't be sitting next to my here, you know, and trying to pass on what Bungi I know of our culture, you know. And I know that this game, you know, it almost disappeared. And I know that something happened the first time I touched one of these sticks. You know, something was awakened in me, you know, that blood memory that we all carry, you know. And I don't mean that in a way that, you know, you got to be a full blood to play this game, hey, because, you know, I'm not, and very few of us are. Those ones that are is awesome. But we know that, you know, our people we come in all different shapes, sizes, colors. We all count, right? And I know I have blonde-haired, blue-eyed cousins who can speak this language, this sacred language, better than I can, you know. But because I'm darker, I get the pass, say, sometimes, right? Like, oh, he must know all this stuff. No, I don't. I know just a little bit, but I want to share with that little bit that I know. And I do know that this game, you know, is something that, you know, it started out as a ceremony, and it talks about giving thanks, using this gift of this body, this shell that we have. We've all been given this shell, and it's on loan. We're going to give it back one day. You know, I heard a statistic that 90% of people over the age of 30 will never sprint again. Will never sprint again. That's kind of sad to me. You know, I'm 54 and I can run up and down a field chasing kids. And I know I'm lucky. I'm lucky to be able to still be able to do that, right? And I know that this game saved me. It saved my life. It made me healthier in every aspect of my being. You know, physically, it got me in shape, you know, just to do this, and the love that this game brought to us as a community and brought us together, you know, and that spiritual value that it has. We know like most of those things that we do in our lives, you know, my cousin, he was a warrior, not for himself first, but for his people first. For his people first. You know, even though it did help, there were those aspects of it that I'm sure helped him and, you know, and made him feel really good, you know. But he knew he had to step up on behalf of his people, you know. And so we know we do these things for someone else. You know, I come here from my grandmother, Mary Ellen. I come here from my own grandmother, you know, Bemose Kweyabun. You know, I come from my aunts and my uncles who have passed on, to make them proud, to know that, you know, we're still trying. Whenever I give talks to students, I'll draw a long line, and one end is creation and the other end is right now. And I'll put my thumb on right now, and I'll say, this is somebody else's influence on us. What's more important? This little thumbprint, or all those generations before, since creation, that have practiced these ways and that have taken these traditions and passed them on and fought for them in a real way, so that we might have something to carry into the future to make us stronger. You know, growing up, I always thought that lacrosse was a rich white man's sport. I didn't know it was ours. I had no idea that I could take a sense of pride from that. Right? When I grew up in Chicago, I was always the one native in the school, right? The one Indian kid in the school. You know, they would even have lists in their little school newspapers at the time, right? That was when we used paper. Hey, remember paper? Yeah, they would have a little school newspaper, and they'd list all the ethnicities for that were included at that school. They'd get down to Native American. It would say 1%. That was me. That 1% was me. You know, but I also didn't have anything to share because of that, right? I knew that I basically knew nothing. I could barely tell you my tribe in grade school. Then in high school, you know, I remember them having those international days, which I think is something that losing those, our country has lost a lot. That were not just us, but many different groups, different communities are trying to sever those ties to who they were. They're trying to sever those ties from their pasts, and I don't know why. You know, because someone fought really hard for them to be here as well. You know, we think about Ellis Island and all those immigrants that came here. You know why it came here? Because this place is awesome. You can just see it when you walk out the door here at the college, just how beautiful it is. You know, I'm so happy to be back home, to be back living in this area where I belong. You know, I grew up a city kid. I grew up in an alley, but I still have an appreciation for these things. And I know that picking up this stick awakened so much within me, right? And I know that it's my duty to try and keep this game alive. You know, we're very encouraged that there are so many people singing and dancing and coming back to our ways that way, you know, and that's a beautiful thing. But it's also, you know, we should remember that, you know, in the past when we would have those ceremonies, when we would have those special games and we would have those special gatherings, that we didn't have to beg people to be there. They knew it was their responsibility to be there, to act as a community, you know. And I'm lucky enough to have had teachers from many different nations. And one of my teachers was Willie Trudeau Ibun from Wikwemikong, Ontario. And where he was from, there are many different ways of belief, ways of spiritual, you know, practices that existed on that island, that still exist on that island. And he talked about in his past that they would all support each other, even though they might, you know, go to a separate church or a separate lodge or do different things to talk to that Creator. Remember that we're all supposed to be here supporting each other as a community, you know. I don't care what church you belong to, what lodge you belong to. If you don't go to lodge, if you don't go to church, that's fine too. Maybe that path will find you and maybe it won't, but it doesn't matter. You're still one of my community members, and I should still be there to be a part of your life and help you along as best as I can. You know, I really thought hard, Mary Ellen, on what to say today, and it was a big responsibility to answer that call for her, you know. And she said, "Hey, just come, maybe sing a song." So I sang a song like she ordered me to, right? Yeah. No, she asked nicely. She asked in that grandma way, in that Nokomis way. Maybe you could sing a song. Yeah. I said, okay, I'll just sing a song then. But you know. And I know that this laughter that we're sharing, just a little bit of it right now, you know, that's medicine too. And so I ask that we share these medicines that we all possess, you know. Think about all those people in your life who make you smile, who make you happy, you know. A lot of them, you know, I'm at that age now where my friends are leaving. My friends are leaving. And I only have those memories to think about. You know, my older relations, they're leaving, and I'm sad, but I can still think of them and smile. I can still think of my aunts and uncles, you know, doing these things and just being together, you know. I didn't grow up in a spiritual manner, you know. I grew up in church, and then that was a bundle that I had to leave. I gave that bundle up for something else. You know, and I was lucky enough to have been part of my own grandmother coming back to the lodge. You know, we would bring her to the lodge, and she would sit outside watching, you know, the Medewan Lodge. Mary Ellen remembers. She would sit out there with her little grandma purse, you know, just sitting there watching. And I remember seeing that, and I remember going up to her after, you know, what do you think, Grandma? And she just really sat for a sec, and she said, I belong in there. That was a 70-year absence for her. You know, that was something really special to me that I share with you today that I'm really proud of, that I encouraged my own grandmother, you know, to give something up that did mean a lot to her. Mainly it meant that her and her sisters all went to church on Sunday and got to do what sisters do. You know, we know sisters like to talk and have fun and do all that and argue, because that's part of their fun. I don't know. But, you know, she was really nervous about that. But when she came back, she knew she came back to something that was originally hers, you know, and that language started coming out of her more and more, you know, and when she passed on, she left a big hole, but I know that, you know, I started singing and dancing. She was proud of me, and I was glad to be doing it, and I still do it today to honor her. Now I have my granddaughters who I sing and dance for, that they follow in those footsteps, you know, and now I've been lucky enough to somehow have been linked up with this game of Bagaduewin, right? Our lacrosse game, our stickball game. And I do know the medicine that it's brought me and my family. It's made my kids strong. Mary Ellen knows my kids. They're strong kids in every way, you know, and they're discovering their power. So what I would just encourage is you know, men, don't be afraid of that role that you play in helping our women, helping them lead us to what we're supposed to be doing. You know, I was told once that you know, when those old villages would be attacked, the scariest thing that those U.S. soldiers could ever run into was the women with their awls, because that was a woman with nothing to lose. They were protecting their children. They were protecting their grandchildren. They knew if they were the last front, they were going to do it, and they were going to fight to the death. You know, so I'm really honored that Mary Ellen would even ask me to come here and speak. You know, knowing that she's that type of woman, she's that type of Nokomis who's going to fight till her last breath for her community and her people. And you know, I encourage our parents to be there with your kids and to do things with them. This game brought my family together, right? This game brought my family together, and it's something that, you know, we all found a love for this game and each other that we didn't really, you know, we didn't fully acknowledge until we played this game together, I don't think. You know, just because it gave us something that we all believed in and it made us feel good. We call this a healing game as well, right? This was originally played by our Gichida, by our warriors, but it's also got that healing element. You know, it in our games, people did die, right? And sometimes these games were played instead of war happening, right? But that was never the intention for someone to be harmed. It was just to expend that energy in prayer. The way physical, you know, moving your body is prayer. It's saying miigwech to the Creator. Thank you to the Creator. Thank you for this gift that you've given me today, you know. And even if you're just moving a little bit every day, at least that's something, right? So I encourage everyone to start moving around with your kids, your grandkids, whoever they are, and to do those things in a good way. You know, it means something to them to just play. You know, we call it play, but we know that this game has so much more wrapped up within it, and that, you know, it can awaken so many blood memories within us, right? It can lead to something else. And I'm thankful that there's going to be there's a generation now that will never remember when this game wasn't played. Right? I never got to see this game when I was young, right? I never got to see this game when I was my age. I didn't even know about it. But I also know that now there's kids that, you know, thanks to, you know, in a small part me, but others as well who've done so much work in this, you know, just because they know the value in doing these things together as a community and bringing us together as a community, you know. And so I really want to say miigwech to Mary Ellen, just because you've been an inspiration, a personal inspiration to me, because I heard about you way before I knew you, and I'm really lucky to know you, you know. And she hugs me like her grandson, and I feel really good about that. I know I'm lucky that she does that, you know, because she doesn't have to. But she also knows the value in treating everyone in a good way, and that encouragement that it gives our people, you know. And how much time am I allowed? I asked how much time I could have, and they said, oh, about 20 minutes, or you can just go as long as you want, Mary Ellen said. I said, don't tell me that. I'll keep going. Just, be just all tired of hearing from RJ. But, I just wanted to pass on those many encouragements to our communities as I can, that, this might be a fight for the water. And that, originally that is our women's role, but we all have a part to play in that. I'm amazed that whenever I hear those Standing Rock stories, everyone coming together. And I know they played this game out there in Standing Rock, right? Friends of mine, they were out there playing this game, this healing game, trying to help us, this warriors game, trying to help us, and it's not just our warriors now that play it, it's all of our people, our little ones like this are playing this game now, and it's amazing to see if you've never seen it. I also encourage those, you might be past that time of running and hitting and all, I hit kids with sticks. That's what I get paid for. It's kind of an odd thing to say, but I get paid to hit kids with sticks. But I also encourage you to just go watch a game. Be part of that. Be part of that healing. They're playing for you, and that's one thing that I try to remind the kids that I work with is that you're playing for someone else. Your grandma's proud, even though she might not be here. Your grandma and your grandpa, auntie, uncle, they're proud of you for playing this game because it meant so much to us as a ceremony. It was a ceremony to celebrate life, as I'm taught that every footstep, every word is supposed to be a ceremony. You're supposed to treat it like a prayer. We're all supposed to be put on this earth. We're here for a short time and we're supposed to make as many people feel good as we can. That's our medicine. That's our true medicine, is how many smiles we can make. I can make a smile with this guy just tickling him. Yeah. But that's okay too. I love and I want to be, I want to be what he needs me to be. And I'm thankful to those ones in my own life that were what I needed them to be. My own mom is still here in Lakota and does such an awesome job at the Kinnaman School, and they tell stories of our relations of our great grandma who used to cook there, and those workers used to smell her turkey dinner around Thanksgiving years after the school had already shut down. That love was still there, permeating the air. You could smell that love in the air that she had for her people. She enjoyed providing for her community and providing, for these younger ones, those kids that are all adults now, elders now. And so, I'm really honored to have been included in such illustrious company is how I feel. And I feel lucky to be here with you all, and I hope that you don't take any offense to anything I've said. I just do this to encourage, I do this to encourage. Even if you haven't moved around for years, you can move a little bit today, and maybe a little more tomorrow, and a little more the next day. One thing that we have to pass down to this new generation is they need to do their homework to be a better elder later, mentally, physically, spiritually, and emotionally. We need to be better for them. They need to do the homework now to be a better elder later, which means we have to show them how to do that. We can't be afraid of what we're doing, and we can't second guess it. We just have to keep going with what we have. And even though we might not have everything complete, we know that it will come, and we can make a complete letter. But we're going to do the best we can right now. The best we can right now. Our Grand Chief of that lodge for us, those things that he remembered. He remembered my grandma being a naughty girl, like way back, when she wasn't supposed to be there, peeking under the lodge, under the covering of that lodge when she wasn't supposed to be there. She remembers doing that. She remembers standing there as everyone left the lodge and shaking everyone's hand, Nakanagana, Nakanagana. She enjoyed that, right? And can you imagine our kids growing up like that? Our kids growing up around that, and there's a lot of them that are doing it now, and that's an amazing thing. That Big Drum Hall is just right down the block. That's amazing. There's kids that are never gonna, they're always gonna know who they are. They're always gonna have that connection to this earth that their ancestors grew up on. So I'm gonna say that much, and I really want to say miigwech again to my grandma Mary Ellen for inviting me out to share just a little bit. And I know I'll be a part of the men's panel, and I'm real honored to be part of that as well. And I want to say miigwech to my little wah here for coming up here and being my support and my strength, right? Because we know we do these things. When I give presentations, I try to use as much language as I can, and I tell them it's because my grandma wasn't allowed to speak it, and because I want to pass it on to my granddaughters. You know, I put it at both ends of the spectrum. My grandma pulled me up, and now it's my turn to pull those younger ones up with me, right? That's the idea. I'm just a link in the chain to set direct line back to the Creator that we talk about, you know, back to our original ways and our original teachers. You know, and I encourage everyone to be just around this game of Bagadawewan. You know, it almost disappeared. It almost disappeared. We almost lost it because our soldiers went off, our native soldiers went off in World War II, and then they came back and it was baseball. And they liked the new thing too, right? And they were good at it. They were our people are natural athletes, natural born warriors. So of course we know how to use this body for to our best ability. But I encourage you all to be around this game if you've never been around it. Go watch it being played, you know, because they're playing it for you. They're playing it for all of our people. So, miigwech.
You're done?
Oh, here, carry Uncle's mug for him. Oh. Bonjour, bonjour. I just want RJ to know that about 2 weeks ago, Ann and I sprinted a 5K. Right on. It took us 48 minutes, but we sprinted that 5K. So,
48 minutes break. Okay.
hey, look, we made it.
Yeah.
Titanium, it worked.
Okay, so moving right along, I also want to say chimigwech to RJ Smith.
Oh,
And thank you for sharing all your life experiences and your resurgence and your urban life back to your reservation life and your community. That's a story of many people. So just want to say thank you for sharing all that knowledge and wisdom with us. We have one more donor, Chris V. And
miigwech, Chris.
And she, I don't know if it's a male or a female, I'm sorry. But anyway, Greg's going to tell us about the donations.
So a donation of $50 will send along a T-shirt, and a donation of $100 will send along the zipper sweatshirt. If you share your contact information and your size. And if this is the Chris V that I know what size, and I know where to find you.
So that's a man or a woman?
So that's a man.
Okay.
So, thank you. Thank you all who are watching. So, you want to introduce Bryce?
Next on the agenda is Bryce Crone.
Yep.
And he wants to share a little bit of something with us. And here he comes. He's got his eagle feather. And Bryce is a new dad. He's got a new
Whoa,
baby,
wow.
Abiinooji. What's your baby's name?
Mishibuji.
Mishibuji. And it means?
It's panther.
A panther. Panther medicine.
Oh.
Awesome. So welcome, Bryce. He's going to give us a few words here.
Miigwech.
I'll sit down.
Okay.
Good. Am I on? All right. Bujugi we no nurin in the Jinnikas was just the dam that was gunning in Dunjaba. I'm really honored to be here, to be asked to help out Mary Ellen. I came back to LCO about a year ago, and I was at the farm and I was picking blueberries. Well, when I was in Michigan, and when I was released from prison, and when I was over there, that was the first time I couldn't drink the water out of the faucet, and the water situation is really bad over there. And I would walk to the only river. There was a river that ran through where I was at, and I'd walk there every day because I was trying to start a new life, and I didn't really know what to do. And I was trying to do something new, and I didn't know what to do. But I knew, putting my tobacco down in the morning and walking to the water and being in nature, was important. So that's what I started doing, and after I started doing that, I got led to a few different places, and then, I went and I started my journey of reclaiming my identity and my culture. And then, so when I came back, I was trying to do something, and I've been working a lot with the foods and different things and trying to play my part in that role of creation. And part of that was I was at the college farm here, and I was picking blueberries, and then one of my relatives came over, and we were talking, and she said, oh, we could give those blueberries to the women in water. They're having their water symposium. So we went over there, and we gave them those blueberries, and that's when I asked. I was like, yeah, if you guys need some help over here, I could help out with the fire. And, I was over there helping, and they really honored me at that symposium, and it made a big impact on me, all these things, like my whole life I was working, and trying to build value and money and stuff like that, and it didn't really fill a void at all. So when I started getting things of actual value, like relationships and different things like that, it just made me realize how important, all these different things are, So I just wanted to give an introduction on, what brought me to my, coming to the Women in Water and, how my journey started here. So I've been, doing a lot of work in the community of like trying to reclaim our sacred spaces and reclaim all these things that were taken from us. So I guess what I would really like to talk about, is, with all these things going on in the world right now and all these political events, the thing is that the people in power, they only have that power because the people give it to them. And a lot of people are waiting for other people to help them and, protect the water and stuff while they're, sitting at home. And that's not, it's going to take more than that. It's going to take us coming together and appreciating that water. It's hard following up after, so many great speakers. I've had a lot, in my own life going on, so it's been difficult to try to maintain balance, but in doing that, what I've been trying to do is, reclaim my role in that process of creation, in my daily life, my role as a father, my role as a son, my role as a brother, my role as all these different roles that I have to fill that, a lot of these things were taken, and it's been a hard journey to get them back, So, so I'd just like to talk about, give my appreciation to, all the work that everyone's been doing, and all you people that are participating online, and all the support that you've given, to the Women in Water organization and all that they're trying to do. It's because without your support, it would be very, very hard to do this. It's already hard enough with your support. So, and a lot of these items that they're making, like nowadays, a lot of people are coming back into ceremony and stuff, and a part of that is giving gifts, and like when people are making these items, and when we make things, we're putting a piece of ourselves into that, and it's like, so there's a lot different, when you make something and you put time with it and you create it yourself instead of just going to Walmart and buying something, or, it's just kind of like throwing them at the people instead of like really putting your time and effort into that. And a lot of these items, that's how they are, so if you're looking to coming back into ceremony or any kind of things, those gifts, they keep on giving because they have that spirit in them. And it's a living thing. It's not something that's just, plastic. And so, I guess all that to say, it's about the spirit first, and, the effort and the things that we put in, like what we put into the water, that water is accepting, So we got to think what we've been putting in that water. We've been putting poison into that water, into ourselves. And, the way that we can do that, there's the water and then there's the fire, and that's that fire's job to purify that water again. And just restart that cycle, like even in our heart, it's pumping, but there's that electricity and that fire in our heart, and it's, helps us, and that's, when we connect to our heart, that's, purifying us, and having us, those pure thoughts and those pure feelings, So even though that our waters are poisoned at the moment, it's a process of purifying that water again. So, and it's a process that takes time and it takes effort. It's not something that's just going to happen, so it's going to take us to do it, so I'd like to say about that much and, just to share a few words and of encouragement and ask for your support, for all the work that, all of our relatives here are doing. Miigwech, misiu.
Wait, Bryce. Thank you. Just want to say a big chimigwech to Bryce. Very strong young man. Thank you so much for sharing. Okay, again, our commercial. Okay, go ahead.
Oh, Mike? So, for our donations, again, www.spiritofthewater.org. Click on the donations section. For a $50 donation, we offer the t-shirt. And for a $100 donation, we offer the sweatshirt, nice zipper sweatshirt. The whole committee debated for hours and hours to get the best quality on this. I want you to know that for a fact. But again, we encourage those donations. That's what supports the effort that brings us through to the 7th of August. And then we pay our bills, and you're a huge part of that. So miigwech. Miigwech.
So far, we have our donors are Roger N., Rhea O., Kelly O., Clara M., Michelle B., Marcy C., Carrie K., Kathy H., Georgia B., Larry M., Beatrice B., Jeanette P., Margaret M., Roberta C., and Chris V. Thank you very much for all your donations. And next, we have the men's.
The men's panel. I'll do a little minute,
Okay.
a minute or two on the next
Okay.
grandfather teaching. Here, if you would take that, please. So, again, Minawa Ishkade B'nai Indigenous Kaz Wabashe and Dodam. Mikanasing Gaye Bawating and Dunjaba. And I'm really happy to be here. Again, the grandfather teachings. Grandpa Mike said, it'd be nice if we followed those 10 commandments. Not if we did, but if the people who came into our country would have. And I did hear a comment that the Christian people were justified in evangelizing. Where they missed the boat is they did not honor the spirituality that we had when they got here. It was a forced and there was a door closed to recognizing who we were in relationship to all of creation. And it was odd for them to know that we respected their stories and could not understand why they did not respect ours. And that leads me into the teaching, Nibwakawin, wisdom. Nibwaka suggests that he or she is wise and intelligent. Makes me wonder what wisdom looks like. Dave Korshin Iban I've listened to his teachings on this Gachita several times. And he used the example of Amik, our brother the beaver. Again, emphasizing that we're brought into the world with purpose and obligation. And he said, what would happen if Amik, the beaver, did not chew the trees down to build in the forest? If he just sat around lazy, over time the teeth would grow and grow and grow to where they couldn't be used, and absent living out purpose, that one would die. Suggesting that what my wisdom would look like is knowing my purpose and then thriving on living out that purpose. And I think the thriving part comes from knowing the impact we have on each other. We come back to Adenawemaga and how we're all related, and how the balance of that hoop depends on each of us living out our obligation. Each of us being wise. And we've heard a few times up here, and it's easy to do when we hear the people with great wisdom think, oh, that's a hard story to follow. And I had an elder, I said that to an elder once, and he really got upset with me. He said, you're making it about you instead of appreciating that story. You have a story. Don't impose your inferiority on that other person. That's their story. Respect it. They're doing their work. Respect that. And do yours. So, knowing my gifts, knowing my obligation to share who I am, and celebrating that. And that was a very powerful story. Nibwakawin, wisdom. Next on our agenda is a men's panel. An opportunity for some of the men that you've heard to come up and share. Oh, good. There comes Gary coming up the driveway. He's going to join us in our panel. So he's going to walk in. We'll pounce on him right away and have him come up. But RJ and Chief Mike, if you would join us, please. What's that? Yeah, Mike's here. Where did he go? He was here just a couple minutes ago. Oh, what's that called?
The baño.
Baño?
That's Spanish.
He's in the bathroom. And so I would be very embarrassed that if I told you that that's where I was. So sorry, Mike. So gentlemen, if you could come up. Gary, sorry to grab you really quick here. Okay. Oh, there we go. Wonderful.
Take a seat.
Gary. Yeah, there he comes. How's that work? We're not cutting off this handsome face behind me, are we? Good. You know, just since we got a minute or two, 54 years old and no gray, that's not fair.
It's called a Sharpie marker.
Is that what? Ah. First of all, Chimigwich for joining us. In prefacing this, at our symposium this past year, we had Pat McCabe join us, Woman Stand Shining. And this is her 5th or 6th year with us, and she's been talking about the abuse of men towards women. And in her questioning of that, she learned, or she recognized that we learn how to do what we do. I mean, we figured out that our drugs of choice had a purpose, very destructive over time. But this year in particular, we asked her, okay, Women's Nation having experienced what they have, and Men's Nation experiencing what we have, and our relationship to women, what do you want from Men's Nation? What does Women's Nation need from us? And she said, we need you to be authentic. We need you to be authentic. And I've really been spending a lot of time thinking about that. And my question to you first would be, introduce yourselves again as you would. In your experience, in your relationship, where you are with the women in your life, what does authenticity look like? What does authenticity look like? So if you would start there, we'll just go in the circle.
I picked the wrong chair. No, I was hoping it would, but this must go up in level. Hey. Sorry, Mike, just kidding. First of all, Namekabing and Abiinooji-Aki and Dodem Wujibwe Sinaboy and Anishinaabe and Dao was a guy getting Donjiba. Can you repeat that in a
In what? Different language? No. Authenticity, being my real self. My identity as protector, provider, my obligation to women, you talked about fire keepers, water keepers. And how do I know my real self, and what does that look like in my relationship, to my bride, to the women around us?
I recently attended the funeral of Murray Sinclair Bunn in Winnipeg, and our uncle talked about that yourself, you're always evolving. For one, you're always changing. You're always, I know just today in the knowledge that's been shared here, I've grown, and it's something I've taken in. But just I guess as far as being your authentic self is not to be afraid of communicating your feelings, which is a really hard thing for some men to do. Just people in general. Just that phrase "Nad Moshin," right? Help me is a hard phrase for a lot of people to say, and so to understand that you don't have to do it all yourself. That outside, that other culture that's such a part of our lives is it kind of leads us in a certain way, but that's not really to our true self. It kind of dampers who we're supposed to be and the relationship we're supposed to have with everybody. We're supposed to be able to, admit those flaws and faults that we might have, and to understand that we can those aren't necessarily flaws and mistakes. They're learning experiences and they're learning opportunities that we have. So just to understand that, I think for a lot of men is something important that we need to acknowledge.
Oh, miigwech.
No, bujuan din may mga kinadug. May ko kainin gi. Kagwedyo may guyan be. Kaki doyan bangi. May gizi indigenous cause may naman umash ko na ganing. O dawas agay ganing indun jaba. Say mangi may nagu. May dajan naman o. Ije chigiyang nishna baywang ije dayboyen namang. So, my name is McGizzy. I'm from LCO here, and my voice is too powerful for the microphone. But the way the question was kind of prefaced earlier as to men's, women's kind of camps, if you will, I think all the dysfunction that we've seen, especially past couple hundred years, specifically past couple hundred years, are every sort of thing you can point out in our communities that you could consider dysfunctional is a product of colonization, and it isn't a product of our own doing. So all the abuse, all the behaviors that we see that are counterproductive to our well-being as a people are learned behaviors from our colonizer. And that's the bigger picture thing. So it's not about a men's camp and a women's camp. It's about an Anishinaabe camp and getting our camp back in order. And as long as we continue to adopt values and principles and worldview from our colonizer, we're going to be moving further and further away from who we are as a people. So I really caution people against like mainstream ideals, and especially when it comes to gender and gender roles. Because when you use an external lens and when you impose that on a people that already has a way of life, already has a culture, already has a language, it's a really unfair lens and a really unfair way to view a culture that you may not be a part of. So I think about this a lot, you know, and in reversing our trajectory, if you will, as far as dysfunction goes, I see the solution, I see the path to healing and resolving our state of despair is in our own way of life, in our own Anishinaabe way of life, our own Anishinaabe worldview and way of doing things. And when you bring your kids up around that, it's a total different trajectory for their future. And I think sometimes, you know, I grew up in my generation and we focus so much on loss in that period of time and mourning the loss. And as I sort of come of age as a young man now, it's really remarkable how much we still have, and we really have reached a point of being able to rejoice and celebrate who we are as a people. We have a way of life coming back and a young, energetic group of people to help bring it back. And so I say that much, you know, when we think about gender and dysfunction, we got of it. So, miigwech.
Buju, ni shuinang indigenous cause. Maang do them. Guys go scotch gag and do jaba. Well, we come up and do jaba over to the west. Leech Lake. Come from a little community. The old people used to call it Wawi-Ikamuk. But as you know, the loggers and the history of incorporating the town, gave it a town of we call it S Lake, Squaw Lake, but it's got some work to do to navigate through change, but change is always hard, as we know. But the question is, to me, it's a very, very sensitive, emotional question, and especially for me to answer truthfully would be, at one time in my life, I struggled with all those elements out there in the world, and I had experimented and followed those steps that was predominantly in our community, which was alcoholism. And as my father, the late my dad, I guess, Abiinooji-Aki is his Anishinaabe name. But never gave me the teachings and the knowledge and the know-how. And as we know, historically, all these elements have worked against our people, and I was one of those people that it worked. So I didn't know. And what I only knew was what was shown, what was in the community. And I lived like that for a while, for a long time, I should say. But I still managed to work and provide for myself. But until I was able to put it down, put my one foot in the lodge, put myself out there in the community, to put myself in a position where that I wanted to make a difference. Because growing up, I knew it was wrong, deep down. But like most of us, we kind of roll with the flow of things, and so that opportunity came for me to make a change, and I did. Am I sorry for what I did? Absolutely. Have I apologized to my kids? Yes, I did. And so to be who we are, what we're supposed to be, and what we should be, today I can say I have that respect. I have the knowledge. I have the experience. And I wanted to break that cycle. And I did. And it's been a good many years. And even then, when I stepped into the lodge and made it my way of life, I was still trying to navigate and do the right thing. And it was tough. It was challenging to a point, but and to go back and look at my wrongdoings, that was when I made my bundle, and I went through the lodge. That was one thing I put in that bundle, and I did it. But to learn, to understand, to carry that. And this is why I do what I do today. I work with our young people to educate them, to teach them, to guide them. And probably the most important is to live and learn by example. So today, I can say that I walked the good road, I walked the red road, I walked with harmony, I walk with balance. Even though I still do what I do, you always have to be cautious. You always have to be careful of what you say, because we, as our cultures, as we learn, the old saying is, we'll laugh with you and not at you. And to be careful, because, and I work in the treatment facilities, I work in the ICWA system, so I have to remember and catch myself that, especially the opposite, the females, they're struggling, and if you say or do or even present in the wrong way, they can take that and turn that against you, even though you mean no harm. And I have to understand that I too was like that at one time in my younger years. But to understand what it is I'm supposed to do, what it is I'm supposed to be, and what it is I'm supposed to live by, it's much easier today than it was 25, 30 years ago when I was doing what I wasn't supposed to be doing. So, as always, I have to be mindful, and I have to understand we're all on this healing journey. And walking and moving through these four hills of life, as I'm moving pretty fast in that upper fourth hill. It seems like it's, as you get older, time seems to move pretty fast, I guess. But and I always ask for forgiveness, and I always ask for direction, which is probably my most important request, is asking Creator, asking Money Due to give me that direction, which is so important, and give me what I need to do the best I can. So for me, to sum it up, I'll always say I wish I would have entered that lodge at a younger, much earlier part of my life. I wish I would have entered that lodge when I was young. I wish I would have entered that lodge when I was my boys' age, when I brought them to the lodge. But I guess this road was meant for me to travel and be on, to learn these experiences that I have endured, and only to live and learn by them. And because now that I don't alter my mind with any substance, things are good. Things are okay. And just these simple things in life that we go through is much easier. Cut me off anytime you want, but
We're good.
it just live that Abiinooji modesty wind. And this morning, I landed in Minneapolis. I was down in Phoenix this week, and I want to share this little example, and it made me feel good. I went in. My friend wanted a energy drink, Red Bull. So I went in the cafeteria, and I grabbed it. Nobody was at the till, and I gave it to my friend, and away they went. And I was ready to walk out, and I stopped myself, and I says, I better let them know I took that. And so I stopped, turned around, and I went back to the till or the person at the desk. And I said, hey, I took a Red Bull without, no one was here. I said, how much was it? And she looked at me and she says, no, just take it. She goes, thank you for your honesty. And that made me feel good. Again, just those little things like this in life that you navigate through and you catch yourself. Yes, I could have walked away and I'd have been sitting here with a guilty conscience of a little 8-ounce can of Red Bull, but it was good. So that's just kind of where I am, and knowing the importance of respecting our women, respecting our elders, and respecting my children's mothers, which I always do. So little things add. You see things and your lens is more clear. So, miigwech.
Abiinooji-Aki. My name is Walks with Spotted Eagle Feather. People know me as Michael Bissonette, and I'm in Oglala, Lakota. My community is a Stabber community. I grew up in Kyle, South Dakota. And our chief in Kyle was named Chief Littleboom, so our school is named after Chief Littleboom. And I grew up in a little log house. We had no running water, and we had wood heat. And my grandmother was in our house, and my dad's mother, and her husband, and they were watching us, and she would cook and clean and teach us how to behave and work in the house and tell us what to do and how to help her keep the house and get the water and help her take the laundry out and get wood and start the fire and keep the fire going and just things like that, just to keep the house working, with her. And one night when I was at the log house and we were getting ready to go to bed, when all of a sudden there was a blue and red and yellow light flashing outside on top of our house, and we didn't know what that was. We were like, Grandma, what is that outside the window? And we didn't know what it was, but I think it was a UFO. And so she just told us to lay still. She said, lay still, don't move. So we didn't move at all. So it's kind of like, in the country there, our nearest neighbor was a mile away. Things like that, they're really unusual and kind of strange, but things like that happen. But she was there to tell us, and help us to watch ourselves. And so we learned the importance of really listening, and stopping what we're doing and to pay attention, those little things like that. And also to help her with, within the house and to keep it going and be safe and warm. And that is what I learned from my grandmother, in just little ways, that she kept us with a calm and cool and loving hand. But as I grew up, I grew up in a Catholic boarding school, and I learned about Christianity and going to church every day and kneeling down and standing up and kneeling down and standing up and sitting down and just sitting there and listening to this man talk up in front of there, wearing all kinds of robes and stuff. And then they'd light incense and they'd light candles and they'd talk about all kinds of stuff. And it was all kind of boring, but we had to learn to sit still and pay attention and to behave and not be moving and talking and bumping each other and stuff, as little boys do, And, so it was part of being disciplined to sit there and behave and not to be bothering each other, and with all the other little boys. And there were a lot of us, well, at least 30 of us, yeah. And we went to school there in a boarding school. Oh, but I wanted to also say hello to the rest of the panel members here, the esteemed men here. But for my grandmother and my mother, my aunts, I learned to be around them and how to listen to them. How important that was to pay attention to what they had to teach me. So from an early age, I started learning all that from them. I learned a lot, I learned a lot also from my grandfather and my father, and my older brothers, how to behave around the opposite sex, and that there was a difference, I didn't know there was any kind of a difference, and just in the way they would teach. There was different ways of teaching, between the males and females, how to teach, In our language, there's a male dialect and a female dialect. When the females talk and then when the males talk, there's a slight difference in the ending of words. And but also, that it was the men that used to go to wars, and it was kind of rare for the females to go to war, but they did, but they didn't exactly, they didn't pick up weapons, and they didn't fight like that. They had a different way. And so, and I also learned that, a long time ago, when the men used to go off to protect the family, what they were doing was protecting our hunting grounds, when another tribal people came and were hunting on our hunting grounds, we had to protect our hunting grounds. And that was our food source. And so that was the only difference between tribes was that food source, that what other reasons did they have to fight for? They had none other than you're taking our food, That was the only difference. There was no animosity of tribes because they didn't know anything about each other. Every tribe had their own language. They all had their own beginning story, and they had their own ceremonial ways. Every tribe is different that way. It's all the same but different. And so even the females were the same but different. And you always have to have respect for that, for the way you grew up and the teachings that your grandmother gives you and your mother gives you, and your sisters and your female cousins and all of them. Have to learn from them and respect them. And that's kind of the way I grew up. Never to touch anyone in a mean way. Do not touch people that way, for any reason. So, but I also learned, about what alcohol does to people. I saw it firsthand through my own family, how alcohol changes people and what it does to them, and what it does to their behavior, and what it does to their thinking, and what it does to their physical body, where they can't walk and they can't talk and they can't think, I used to watch all that stuff happen in my house, my little log house, with all the people that came to visit, you know. And but I noticed that people that did not drink, you know, had a respect and a moral code that they lived by, so that they didn't behave that way with people that used alcohol. I used to see all that difference. It wasn't until I was getting older that I started learning about our traditional ways. You know, I heard about them as a child, but I didn't know anybody that really did them. It wasn't until the late 80s that I really started seeing people really start practicing our traditional ways with the pipe and going to a nipi, you know, the sweat. And once I learned that, you know, it was learn our traditional ways, and I saw it being practiced. It was like I was really drawn to it, like the traditional, just really strong pull to follow them ways, that it was so powerful and so beautiful that I had to go and do it. It was such a beautiful way to be a traditional person, you know, follow your ways, you know, that your ancestors had made for you, and had saved and taught your relatives how to be. Those things are really strong in me right now, and but I had to learn them, and I had to. But the first thing I had about them was that I learned to love them, learned to love the traditional ways. That was our natural way to be. So now I still try to be that, and it's not always easy, but I try to be it anyway. You know. Thank you.
We've got some time for questions. If anybody has any questions, is there a mic available to take around? Anybody?
I like listening to all of you, and you're all very honest, straightforward, and you speak very well of yourself, as well as what you've learned and what you are bringing forward for our young people. I really like the way that Mike McGeesy talked about colonization and how he's turned it around to bring out the strengths and the way of life that we have that is so strong and has been brought forward for many thousands of years. And I'd like to, maybe you could talk some more on that.
Yeah, I think a lot of times we play the blame game, and when you have people that's endured so much change and so much trauma in a relatively short period of time, there's all kinds of baggage that we all carry as part of that experience. And you know, scientists have pinpointed it down to our DNA even, right? They say we carry that trauma in our DNA. And one of our students here at the university, he's a science guy. He's actually a master's student now at UMD, but when he was doing his undergrad work here, he talked about just that, how trauma gets encoded in DNA for oppressed peoples and indigenous peoples. And So his presentation really stirred a lot of lively discussion and questions, and one of the questions he was asked is, what can we do about it? You know, as a people today, what can we do about it? And they say the only thing we can do about it is change what we do with our kids. So all the abusive behaviors that we inherited, all the dysfunction that we inherited come from someplace else. Those aren't our own doing. And it even goes to the point of language possibilities. So if you have a ugly word in the English language, such as domestic abuse, well, when it comes to our Anishinaabe language, we don't even have a word for that. And being that we don't have a word for that means there wasn't a concept for that. You know, in order to have a word for something, there has to be a concept. Being we don't have words for all this stuff suggests those things didn't exist in our way of life. And as I mentioned originally, you know, sometimes we look at our current shape and our current situation through a lens that isn't our own or isn't fair. And I think the biggest thing we've been through is this language thing. So they say that all your languages is a vocalization of your culture. And can we really, really claim our way of life without our language? And you'll hear from monolingual people who only speak one language, English language speakers primarily, who want to make a distinction or separation between language and culture. I get asked all the time as a language instructor if whether or not I teach culture. And I always ask them, what's the difference? And a lot of times our modern monolingual people view culture as things that we used to do, not culture as things we do every day. And every culture in the world evolves. Every culture in the world changes. And with that change goes change with their language. Languages change too. And that kind of freaks out indigenous people when we talk about language change and culture change. That those are all necessary things that have to happen in human existence. They say when you stop changing, you start to die. And we don't like that either, right, as a people. So I think about that, and a lot of times in our social problems in our communities, we seek out different programs to solve our problems, or a grant opportunity, or this, we throw money at it and try to solve it with external methods, when oftentimes all we need is to return and bring our kids with us to those original circles that sustained us for those thousands of years that you mentioned. So, you know, and I feel really lucky. I was born right after the passage of the Freedom of American Indian Religious Freedom Act. So my generation was the first generation in a long time that actually got to go to our dances and go to those lodges and ask questions about our way of life. And our parent generation was denied that access, cheated out of that access, cheated out of that identity. And so now, you know, we're in the second generation of that. We got kids now who, that's their norm, is our way of life, which is really, really cool. And it's been a long time in a lot of our communities that our way of life was the norm for some of our kids. So, yeah, I think that's about what I think when it comes to colonial pressures, you know, and that there's this whole movement to decolonize the space and decolonize the curriculum and decolonize the mind. Really radical, and a lot of our people maybe not quite ready for. And I always try to rephrase it or reframe it as a re-indigenize the space and re-indigenize the mind, because like it or not, we're moving into the future. And I don't know how charismatic you are, but it's going to be real hard to convince people to go back and live in a wigwam and haul water and crap in the woods, you know. But it's easier to convince their people to bring our traditions, bring our way of life, especially our language, along with us into the future. So that's a big part of my philosophy and a big part of my approach to teaching. So, miigwech.
Any other thoughts on that?
I gave him enough time, hey. It makes me think that, those two English words, historical trauma, have impacted us so greatly. And I think we need to keep in sight that we had historical happiness. It was those circles that Mike was talking about that provided that happiness to us, I know I do things selfishly, and I admit it to my kids when I try to get people to play lacrosse, play our game. I tell them I want to teach you to play so I have someone to play with, because this means so much to me, and I found it, and I don't want to let it go, and so. Mike's a little younger than me, just this much. But it's been awesome to see, like kids that I've worked with, they're now language teachers. They're now ceremonial leaders. They're now directors of programs. And so, I take a little bit of credit for that, but I know that there's people that are all pushing and supporting that thought process of our people clinging to that historical happiness that was such a part of who we are. And there's studies when you say something negative to a child, it takes 6 positive things to erase that negative. And you think of all the negative things that our people have endured. So there is a reason it's taken a while, but then it is possible. We have to keep that hope that we can, go back to that original way of thinking where we were community centered and, like there's no word for homeless, for us. That's because we took care of everyone. Everyone had a place in our community, and everyone was accepted, and everyone knew that you could go to any dwelling and still be taken care of like part of the family. But yeah, I'm always encouraged by and amazed by everyone who's going back to those ways and bringing them to the forefront. And as I get older, they get younger, and it's nice to see that, though. That just that self-esteem that it brings, and not wondering who they are, and not wondering their place in the world, and not wondering their place in their community. So I'm just big on historical happiness and teasing, and it's my brother here, so I can do whatever I want to him. Hey, I thought he was going to put the smudge in his hat a minute ago. But it's just about making that medicine with each other, and I'm really encouraged by that we acknowledge that we are each other's medicine in that way. So, miigwech.
Yeah, I just want to, it feels really good to hear the historical happiness. That is so rewarding, because the historical trauma that I endured and seen growing up as a child, my dad beating up my mom, and my mom was just an amazing person. She lived through that, but she lived through that with a purpose to raise the 5 of us. Like my Nietzsche here to my left, growing up in those very hard times. I too was raised in those very hard times. It wasn't until 1971 when we finally got electricity and running water. But we had no electricity, had no water. You know, it's just it was just a norm. Yeah, I would gripe about doing the chores because I was the oldest of 5, doing the chores before anything could be done, before I can go play with my neighbors and my cousins. But, I grew up that way. But that historical happiness is where I'm at today, because again, you heard me say this earlier, I wanted to break that cycle. I wanted to make that change because I seen it, and when you see it as a young child, it's a norm. You've seen it in the community, everybody partying and drinking, and back then it was just the marijuana and alcohol, and marijuana was the downer, man. Well, he smokes pot and it's just no good. Now, in this day and age, now it's the opioid addiction crisis that's going on. When I heard, it's historical happiness, that is so cool to hear. And again, I made my fair share of mistakes, and it's because that's what I seen growing up. And I have to say, my children never see me drink, do any drugs. They didn't even see me smoke cigarettes. I quit smoking before I quit drinking. And, I am proud of myself because that is what I wanted to do, and wasn't for that old man that took his regalia and gave it to me, and all he said was, time to put the bottle down. That's all he said to me. Then everything else just came visible. The lodge, the ceremonies, the pipe. So, historical happiness. I'm going to have to use that. Miigwech.
So, the clip fell off. Okay, so anyway, thinking about that, decolonizing our minds. With the onslaught of the government, how they treated our people, our men and women became very colonized. And I also heard stories of, like, my grandpa's sister, who would be a grandma, of her getting the crap beaten out of her. And, and if you look at the history in this country, you have 1910, women could wear pants. Women could wear pants in 1910. My grandmother never wore pants. My grandmother was from Bad River. She always wore a skirt. In fact, my aunties tried to get her into a skirt, and then they wouldn't do it. She wouldn't do it. Into pants. In 1920, white women could vote. In 1924, that's when we became citizens as Native Indigenous people. In 1963, women gained equal paid rights, sort of. In 1965, black women could vote. In 1969, women were allowed to initiate a divorce. In 1972, women could get birth control without a man. In 1974, women could buy a home without a man. In 1988, women could own their own business without a man. In 1994, women gained legal protection against domestic abuse. And so with that colonization piece, women have been, always not treated very well. And I think that we need to, as a people, decolonize our minds and treat women with respect again. And, I know, for myself, my mother was a drummer. I'm a drummer. And I get crap for that. And I don't get it to my face. A man gave me my drum, an elder. I've seen elder women drum on Anishinaabe way 25, 30 years ago. Louis Shibageget Iban sang healing songs. I sing healing songs and I drum. And all I want from a man in our culture is to respect that. To respect that we are changing, our culture changes. And that drum heals me. That drum healed my mother. And that drum's going to continue to heal the people that I sing with and sing to. So that's just a few of the things that I'd like to say. Chimigwech.
Oh, miigwech. I don't know about anybody else. My backside's getting sore. My kids call it stump butt. Do we have a word for that? Gentlemen, miigwech, miigwech, miigwech. This has been enlightening. I took notes. I know that's a colonized way of doing it, but it helps me remember. So, again, thank you very much.
Miigwech.
Hope. Yeah. It's harder and harder to make that journey up, doesn't it? So you're getting squared around there?
Yeah, we're going to do announcements again.
Sure. Sure. That means you want me to stand still for a moment? Bujun in the way Malganiduk, Ishkidebene Indigene cause, Wabasheshi and Dodem. Chimigwachuendan Bizindawayeg, those of you who are listening, those of us here, with your kind attention to the teachings, the insights, the wisdom. And we will take that commercial moment now to invite your donations again. www.spiritofthewater.org. There's a donations icon to bring you into this. And as you do, if you would donate $50, well, let's go with the 100 since she's got that up there. The sweatshirt, very cozy sweatshirts. And the other thing in terms of pushing, they don't wash out, the color stays in them. We've had ours well over 2 years. And then for a $50 donation, the t-shirts. When you offer those donations, please put your contact information, your address, and what size you would like. And we are very grateful for that attention you've given us. So next then, you just met McGeezy, Mike Sullivan, and he spoke about the Anishinaabe worldview. And for several years, he has demonstrated that to us and how he has shared the gift of music with his children. When I was first coming into these ways, I asked, how do I learn the language? And the first response was, learn the songs. And so I'm jealous of you guys having such a great teacher, but very grateful that you're willing to join us. Not a lot of young people like doing this, and that's a real gift to me. I'll say that. So Mike and the gang, you are welcome back with us. And we're in for another treat. like I say, they've been here with us several times, and I always enjoy, from the young right on through to the guys looking like they're ready to leave home. They probably aren't, but that's just my old eyes looking at them. An example of bringing forward the Anishinaabe worldview. I wonder if any of them are sprinters, RJ. I did, while they're prepping back there and tuning their drums, we were up at Madeline Island a couple of years ago for Treaty Days, and they had the lacrosse game. And oh boy, I don't know if I'd have been out in that crew or not, but I'm watching our granddaughters right now play the Americanized view of that. And I did share with her that this was Anishinaabe origin, and we'll continue to challenge her to investigate that a little further. So with that, the Sullivan gang is working their way in this direction. Thank you again, gentlemen.
Karen didn't have anything for me. She said you've been doing it all day.
Oh, all right. It's just nice to have another face, especially yours.
Yeah? All right, Bonjour Anishinaabe Doog, we're the Sullivan Squad. We're going to sing a round dance song for you right away, and then we'll all introduce ourselves and tell you a little bit about our singing group. Ahoo. Ah So I'm McGizzy, and I'm the father of these lads.
How bonjour everybody. My name is Niju.
Bonjour everyone, my name's Preston.
Bonjour everyone, my name is Lenny.
So we're missing a couple members. The mother of these boys is out on the road, and then my daughter Lexi is our backup singer, and she's supposed to be here, so she's gonna have some answering to do when I see her. Well, maybe she'll come running in for one of these songs here. But we're a family singing group. You know, we powwow. We sing on the powwow trail. I grew up as a kid singing with the Pipestone drum group, and we traveled all across North America here. And then our sons, in turn, formed a group when they were little called Hay Creek Singers, and now they are traveling all over North America. And my two older sons are primary members of the Hay Creek drum. And then my youngest boy here, Lenny, started his own drum a couple summers ago, and they're called the Fry Bread Nation. So be on the lookout for Fry Bread Nation coming to a powwow near you. In the winter months, we like to go to round dances. We go to lots of round dances. We sing at round dances. We compete in hand drum singing competitions, and really have a lot of fun. Round dance is a particular tradition that the Ojibways are adopting more and more in our territory, and becoming more commonplace in the wintertime to have round dances in some of our communities. So I encourage you to take advantage of those. Those are really, really good for the soul when you attend those round dances and stick around late at night. You feel really, really good by being there and participating, and it breaks up the monotony of the winter time, and there isn't too many powwows and ceremonies to go to. The round dances are a nice mental health break from the real world. So I encourage you to go. So that first song we sang was just a general round dance song we learned from our buddies north of the border. And we'll sing another round dance for you, not one more, maybe one that's our Anishinaabe language. All right, this is a straight song from the Sullivan Squad. Hacha. So I'll sing a ladies' song for you guys, what we call an Akwe Nugamon, which would be appropriate for your gathering and your effort here. We have a ladies' dance tradition and a ladies' song tradition that was born out of the Big Drum Society to the west of here, around what we call Mississauga, the Mille Lacs Lake, and the birthplace of the jingle dress. And with that tradition, and the evening time, they sing what we call Akwe Nagamonan, or ladies' songs. And everybody dances to them, not just the ladies, but they're designated for the ladies. And it's a gift-giving sort of tradition, a reciprocal gift exchange that happens throughout the night. So if you ever get the opportunity to go to one of those ladies' dances, they're lots of fun and good for the soul and for the healing. When you go to powwows, sometimes they'll have a healing song or where they'll call all the jingle dress dancers into the arena for some particular reason or another. And it's this style of song that we use for those Akwe Nagamonan. So we'll sing one of those for you. So we'll do one more song for you, do one more ladies' song. Make it a sacred 4 song.
language.
I'll talk to Pat about that.
Okay. Great.
Boujou, Minua. Ha! We've been dancing back there. Sorry we missed you all. Although we did get a call in from Fort Kent, Maine that said, whoa, that Sullivan gang is good. That Sullivan gang is good. So, Miigwech, Joseph, and Danielle. So, Boujou Nindawe Maganiduk, Ishkide Bene Indigene Kaz, Wa Basheshi Indo Dem, Mikana Zingaye Bawating and Dunchapa. So I have to invite you to drive over the Mackinac Bridge. I'm amazed at how many people have never crossed that span of water. And my bride and I were crossing that before the bridge was there. So yes, we're old. Elders, but what a beautiful space. So, a commercial reminder, www.spiritofthewater.org will get you into our website. There's a donation tab, and a donation of $50, we will offer this gift of the t-shirt, and a donation of $100, we will offer the gift of the sweatshirt, cozy, color fast, and comfortable. Oh, was that good or not? Cozy, color fast, and comfortable with the zipper. Yes.
$100 donation.
Yes. So you say we're going to do sales now?
Yes, we need.
So we need our sales reps. So our inventory is shrinking rapidly, and so we welcome, and again, a reminder that all of the proceeds go to the efforts of bringing people to our symposium. Some go to scholarships, some go to travel expenses, some go to the basic necessities like porta potties. The other part of this that we haven't mentioned is this is held kind of across the street on the land held by Mary Ellen, and we have a 130-foot teaching lodge. So our event, if you will, is conducted on Mother Earth. Our meals are taken there. There's camping opportunities there, as well as you know, the local motels. But it's an opportunity. An opportunity to immerse in what our elder men were talking about, and the women, what our elders are talking about, bringing the culture forward, bringing our the heritage of happiness forward. And so we welcome you to that. And with now, from that point, Ann and Suzanne, as soon as we get technology hooked up there.
I think, no, I don't have a pocket. I'm not like Ann. I don't make pockets like Ann. All right, so what I'm going to do is talk a little bit. Can you see me through here? I'm going to talk a little bit about the jewelry that we have. We just got this in, actually, just this red hot minute. And so I'm just going to describe these a little bit. These, we've got like probably looks like an 18-inch necklace with a stone at the very end, but it's with pipe stone and silver beads and little bits of turquoise in between. So it's a very beautiful necklace. It'll hang very nicely on somebody.
There's a lot of nice matrix in that turquoise.
There's a lot of nice matrix in the turquoise, so yes. All right, this next one looks like it's copper beads, also with a beautiful, I don't know how you would inlaid stone of a bear fetish. And so it's probably another about 16, 18 inches, hangs just slightly around below the neck. We've got two more here. One is, this is the same size, looks like maybe a 12, 13 inch, huh? Okay, 14. Looks like a turtle. Looks like he might be made out of shell, but then you've got these really tiny little herringbones and glass beads that are aqua colored or turquoise. Then we've got this last necklace here that is, they look like glass beads with silver beads in between, and at the very bottom we've got like a beautiful silver butterfly, memengua. I'll go ahead and describe this one here. We did that one earlier. A 7-stranded necklace that we have. We described this one earlier, but it hangs very, very beautifully on to decorate, and it's got like little clear, multifaceted not seed beads, but beads at the in between each one. So sage, yeah, sage colored. So it's very beautiful. And then I'm not going to take these down because I did it this morning and I had a really hard time because I couldn't get them back up here. But we've got like 4 different medicine pouches here, tobacco pouches, bags. They're all with herringbone, different colors. Some of them look like they're stained. Others are just black and white intermittently and with different colored stones in between, surrounded by gold beads or silver beads. We've got these medallions here, about 6 of them here, 5 or 6 of them, multicolored, very bright. That will go with multicolored outfits. Yes, they're tiny seed beads, probably look like 11s, 12, not 12s. Then down below that, we've got necklaces that are probably 20 inches long. I think that one fell off. Okay. With turquoise and gold and cream colored beads in between, so they're kind of in a decorative, I think okay. I'm gonna skip down. Oh, we've got our only choker necklace. I took it off accidentally. We're getting near the end. But this could be really beautiful. It's got a different design of beads that make it intricate. That will be nice on the neck. Do that one, okay. And then a cut agate. That looks like it's maybe a 24-inch one. On a strand of cording with a cut agate down with the, looks like it's kind of a rust color with more rust around the end. Yeah, okay. Can we call it? We want to do the, all right, we've got 4 different pairs of earrings, beaded earrings down below. They're multicolored and they hang probably about 3 to 4 inches off the ear. Got a pair, Anne's got a pair on here that are turquoise color, but these are multicolored, one with the navy, red, yellow, and white. Then we've got one with purples and turquoise and white, one with a bee motif inside and what looked like a moon and stars. And then, of course, the last one with multicolor Ojibwe flower with little strands hanging down. And, of course, on top of that, we've got like shell earrings, beautifully colored with additional beads on top. Okay.
So I would suggest like with our Copperfield necklaces, we've got about 40 of them on the website. And a lot of our necklaces are on the website. Some we have multiple of, like the shell necklaces and earrings. So the best thing for everyone to do is to just go to our website and browse and find what calls out to you and help support us by
Purchasing.
yeah, or supporting our store. Thank you so much. Miigwech.
Miigwech.
Best singers. We're gonna sing songs. Okay. Are you playing a tape? What do you, okay, so, hello, Bonjour, we're back. Bidana Dukwe Indigenous Cause, your handy dandy MC. Anyway, we're, in a few minutes, I'm gonna call up the Nabe singers, and we're gonna sing a couple of songs again, in case you missed it this morning. But we need a commercial break first. And you're excused. You can go outside. I got this.
All right.
Okay, thanks. So if you donate $100, you can get this beautiful zip-up jacket. And it says, "Women can change the world." And it's got the Women in Water coming together and Nibe, which is our water. And then on the front it says Abiinooji-Aki, which means Children of the Earth, and that's the healing center that my mother operates and lives her way of life through this organization. And so if you donate $50, you can get this t-shirt, same thing, just in a t-shirt form. It's a beautiful color blue. And so if you go to www.spiritofthewater.org, that's where you can find the button that says donate. And then make sure you give us your size and your name and your address so that we can send it to you when you make the donation. We did get a few more donations. Ed B., Margaret D., Layla G., Carla M., and the last group before that, Sharon T., Chris V., Roberta C., Margaret M., Jeanette P., Beatrice B., Larry M., Georgia B., Kathy H., Carrie K., Marcy C., Michelle B., Clara M., Kelly O., Ria O., and Roger N. So please, please keep donating as much as you can, because we need this in order to fund the symposium in August 3rd through the 7th. And it pays for people to come and speak. It pays for porta potties, food, canvas, tarps, whatever, rope, whatever we need, okay. So we really would appreciate that, and we thank everybody who has already donated and who have bought items from our fundraiser today. So you can like and share our live stream, that would be awesome, and tell all your friends and your family and your enemies, no. Okay, so the Nibi singers are gonna sing a couple songs, and then we will we'll move right along. I got one back here. Oh, she wants this. So we can do.
You're waiting.
All right, so we're gonna sing, We Will Do It for the Water, I Will Do It for the Water. And this song came in 2016 here in Lakudare. when it was after the 2016 Water and Women Symposium. My mom had us all make tobacco ties, tobacco flags, and we raised Mani Duma Tig, a spirit pole, and with all of our prayers on it. And as we were doing that, this song just came. So it came to me in English, just started singing it, this tune, the words, and when I took it to an interpreter, Ojibwe language speaker, fluent, the words in Ojibwe fit just right. So thank you to the spirits for that song and the land and the people here. So without further ado, we're gonna sing. Did you turn this one off? Okay, cool. All right. All right.
Hey,
All right. Take a breath, take a breath.
That was fast.
So you want to do another song?
Equi?
Yeah.
Okay.
Echoey.
I got a shaker now. You got to follow my
Okay,
We start out slow, but we'll get it.
Okay.
You want to introduce it? Go ahead.
This is my mom's song. This is my mom's song, and she wants me to introduce it. But I think it's best she does, because I can't say it the way she does.
Oh, dear.
Did you hear me?
The next song, the next song that we're going to sing is called Ikaway. And we usually go through 7 times with this one for each direction. And then this is a song about the sun coming up every morning. And it's one thing that you can really depend on in your lifetime and when the sun sets. So when the sun comes up in the morning, it casts a shadow all over Turtle Island, and the eagle follows the sun, and the shadow comes from the eagle. And if you're in the shadow of the eagle, then you will be blessed for all that day. That's what that song talks about. And it's also a lullaby that our elders used to use, our elders, grandmothers and grandfathers used to use to sing to their children at nighttime. I didn't know this until I sang it to some elders here at Lakota, and that's what they told me. So, miigwech. Let's see if I can reach it. Ikaway, way Way out, way out, way out, way out, way out, way
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Yes, we do.
Wonderful.
Okay. Do you guys want to do Doreen Day's water song?
Yeah. Who?
Doreen Day's.
Yes.
So this song was written by Anishinaabe Kwe from Minnesota, Doreen Day. And so I just want to make sure that I give her credit for this song. It's a beautiful song. And it's a Nibi song, and it's Water I Love You, Water I Respect You, and Water I Bless You. And here it goes. Nibe Gizagegu Gimi Gwechawe Nimigu Gijawe Nimigu Nibe Gizagegu Gimi Gwechawe Nimigu Gijawe Nimigu Nibe Gizagegu Gimi Gwechawe Nimigu Gijawe Nimigu Nibe Gizagegu Gimi Gwechawe Nimigu Gijawe Nimigu. Oh. Nikanigana.
Nakanagana.
Nikanigana. 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 Miigwech to all my relatives.
Nikanigana. Miigwech, miigwech, miigwech. Sorry I'm tardy getting up here. I just got off in that song and drifted away for a bit. Ishkide b'nei indigenikaz, wabasheshi and dodem. Ojibwe nishnabe and dao. Mikanasing gaye bawating and dunjaba. And at this point, I would invite, pay close attention because there will only be 2 more times that we're going to have our sale items available. And a reminder, spiritofthewater.org, and hit on the donation icon and make a donation, please. And those of you who donate $50 or more will get a beautiful blue t-shirt with our logo on it. $100 or more will be the sweatshirt, the zipper sweatshirt. So miigwech, and take it away, my love.
Bonjour, Nindue Meganidu, Nibimani Dukwe, Indishnikas. I think we'll go through the clothes that we have left for one last time, and then at the end we'll do a quick overview. So, this way, yeah. This is mandala. It's on the pockets as well as the front. It's on a nice cotton broadcloth, light lavender color with cowrie shells and leather lacing trim on the front, as well as ribbon on the pockets, down the front and around the perimeter of the dress. And there's a decorative stitch that goes on all the ribbons. And though that skirt, I think, has a 3-inch hem in it, so it's, and all of them are made so if you open up the casing and it's too big or too small, there's some extra elastic to let it out, or you can pull it in. This was made by Mary Ellen's, grandmother Mary Ellen's loving hands. It's probably would fit a person who's a little slimmer. It has hand sewn on ribbon with rickrack. That rickrack always reminds me of waves, so I think of water when I see rickrack. It's kind of a leafy pattern print with a nice sky blue on the side. Our 2 jackets we still have. This is a woman's medium with kind of a spring green ribbon on it, and when you turn it around, it has what's called a watercolor dragonfly on the back. And you want to quick model it? Oh, sure. Suzanne tried it on last night. It looked really nice on her. Maybe I'll talk about this while you unbutton that. How's that? This one is a petite and a large. Has a beautiful butterfly on the back with kind of a poppy red ribbon to it. These are both repurposed, saving water by not producing another piece of new clothing. And so you can see.
Here we are.
Would look lovely with her skirt. It matches her skirt. Yep.
Oh, yes. You can see the back.
She's destined for the runway. Okay. Okay. You can just put it on the chair and we'll hang it up in a minute. The next thing we have a couple ribbon shirts that are of a lighter weight broadcloth. This red one is probably a men's small. This is a medium. Ribbon on the shoulders that extends down onto the sleeve, and then an additional row of ribbon on the bottom. This looks like it'd be a really comfortable shirt in the heat. Yeah, and it's got broad grows grain ribbon here also in the placket, along with buffalo buttons, buffalo nickel buttons. We have 3 veteran shirts in sizes medium, large, and extra large. They're all 3 the same. They have an eagle camouflage on it with gold stars. And I'm able to stitch out each branch of the service along with the Coast Guard and the Merchant Marine and whatever branch that you served in. I made them so they could be ironed on and then sewn wherever you would want it, on the front, on the back, down here on the sleeve. You can put any ribbons or insignias that you would want to them. They would be nice if you were doing honor guard or just a veterans recognition service. We have 4 bags here. This is a very soft, completely lined with a pocket bag made by Danielle LeBlanc from Fort Kent. No. Easily washed and back in service. It's light, has quilted handles so they don't bunch up on you. So that's nice. These 3 are all the same style. It's a cross bag. It has multiple pockets and multiple sections. It's a pattern I found on Maui when I was there, so I brought it home and I've made a number of these bags. They carry a tremendous amount of things, and the pockets are big enough you could put even a laptop in, or use it if you were going to be away overnight or something. Again, pockets upon pockets. You can get lost in the pockets.
And they're secured with Velcro, some of them.
Yeah. And this one says water is life, with the wave, with the foam on the wave, and it says water is life. This one is a vintage bag. All of these 3 bags have the copper bucket to honor the water protectors and water walkers. Again, it does have a nice flat bottom that will sit up. And this one says Save the Bees, and it's to honor the bee people and all the work they do pollinating our food and helping feed us. Okay. We only have one other ribbon shirt left. This is a men's large, kind of plain on the front, has kind of an oak leaf design, and then on the back it has a piece that is, when I said this morning when I saw the pattern, I thought the first thing that came to mind was a Denaway Maganiduk. It's got the eagle, the mountain lion, the wolf, the bear, and the elk set in the woods, grandfather's son, and the clouds, the water people there too. So it's one I like.
Vests.
Yep. And then we have 2 vests. These were, the beaded pieces on the back were done by Mary Ellen's nephew, and he did just a beautiful job of beading these. Just very good quality beading, and they are on leather vests that are lined. This one is a size extra large with the with the bear.
Yeah, with the
Buffalo, excuse me. And this one has the end of the trail, and this is a large. Okay, and the thing that's nice about this one is it's got the side lacing, both of them do, so they can be expanded as we often do, or pulled in. Adjustable. How much are we?
Great.
How much more time? Okay, we can do this. Yeah. We've sold quite a bit, as you can see. We have 2 sets of complete sets of towels, which this one is the Water is Life with the shell ribbon and the wave pattern as it was on the purse. This one, and I'll let you say that, the dragonfly is kind of a rose color, and it has dragonfly here.
It says Obudishkanashe.
Obudishkanashe. And then these 2 are what we have left of the Sweat Lodge towels, and they have Wabashishi on them for the Wabashishi clan, which is the Martin clan, and there's 2 little Martins here that, and these are nice, heavier towels. And last but not least, we have Mary Ellen's aprons, and these were made with the idea of covering your ribbon skirt while you're preparing feast or serving feast, or anytime you need protection for your ribbon skirt. And they're all completely lined, and much of them are sewn by hand, some are sewn by machine. but a lot of the ribbon has been put on by hand, made by Mary Ellen. This one I like, it reminds me of a water skirt. We can show all of them, we have time. That one again, beautiful, some geometric design here, and kind of the signature rickrack that is Mary Ellen. Waves, yes. And then purple and green with a nice...
Like Mardi Gras colors.
Yeah, yeah. I like those two colors together. And nice big pockets on this one. And then a green on, or a yellow on the back. This is a child's apron, a little bit smaller, out of purple, of course, because it's got to be purple or pink, right? And looks like teddy bears, and I thought this was Minnie Mouse. It may be.
It does look like Minnie Mouse.
Yeah, I think so. And there's some other little creature I don't recognize, so. But really cute. And again, fully lined. And another with a floral print pattern. Again, with the pink and the green. This is all hand sewn on. And the last one that she made is this one. It looks like designer fabric. You were looking at it yesterday, Stanley, and said that the designer of the fabric actually has it, their signature on it. Yeah. And they're cranes. So, Crane Clan. I know a few Crane Clan people with the black back. And the colors on that are just stunning. It pulls out the red and the black and the cranes. And one last apron. This is a commercially made apron that was embellished with a woodlands tulip design and then ribbon that incorporates the colors in the flower. Has a little pencil, place for a pencil, and pockets, so you're all set to go. This is a nice holiday gift. If you're looking for that, something, you're not going to find one like this in the store. So, and that, I think, is what we'll end it here for this segment. And so, I don't know if are you going to leave the site up or the, so you can afterwards, if you think of something that, gee, I wish I would have bought that, go in and into our site, because Karen's going to keep it up for a bit, and you can still order if you so choose. So thank you. Miigwech.
Miigwech. Miigwech. Oh, all right. Here we go. Here we go. Miigwech. Bujun in Nui Magni Dug, Ishkidebene Indigenikas, Wabasheshi and Dodem. A reminder again, this commercial break is brought to you by Women in Water Coming Together Symposium, August 3rd through August 7th here at the Lakudere Reservation. An amazing opportunity to experience an immersion in the Ojibwe culture with, I say emphasis, with particular focus on honoring women in water and the relationship we men have with women in water, our obligations, duties. Wonderful opportunity. The spiritofthewater.org website will give you access to the items for sale, and there is also an opportunity to donate identified there. A donation of $50 will bring a t-shirt with our logo on it. A donation of $100, we will offer you a zippered hooded sweatshirt with the logo on it. Really nice quality items. And so a shout out to those who have purchased, donated, and otherwise connected with us. Roger N., I just found out Roger's in Maine. Hi, Roger. Hoping you're not under too much snow. I know it's a little chilly out there right now. Rhea O. and Kelly O., Clara M., Michelle B., Marcy C., Carrie K., Kathy H. I think I know who Kathy H. is too. Hi, Kathy. Georgia B., Larry M., Beatrice B., Jeanette P., Margaret M., Roberta C., Chris V., hi Chris, Sharon T., hello Sharon, Ed B., Margaret D., Lila G., Carla M., and really hello to all of you. I hope you're still with us. If not, thank you again for sharing your resources with us in support of our efforts. I'd like to offer a final grandfather teaching. And I truly believe the people that sat on our panels were expressions of Zungadee, Zungadee Win. Zungadee is in the verb form, that he or she is acting with great courage. Zungadee puts it a little more in a noun form. You hear reference to day or ode, which refers to our heart. And Zung is one of the expressions that refers to strength. So courage then becomes strength of the heart. And even the root of courage, cour, is a French reference to heart. And strength of heart. And we see it in people's willingness to walk through the fear to meet the enemy, so to speak. And in doing so, we pursue truth, de buewin. We pursue love, zag idwin. We pursue respect, menaj idwin. We pursue humility. And examples of these are in all of creation. The way the plant life, the animal life, the water life gives life to us in their act of courage facing death to give us life. A powerful example of unconditional love. So in thinking of that, as you've heard throughout the day, we're in very disconnected times. Our society is diseased with disconnection. And these grandfather teachings, when acted out, gives us the opportunity to engage in difficult interactions to strengthen connection, to differ with respect, to accept with love, know that we're gonna differ. You know, our political system is right wing, left wing. It takes both wings working together to fly that bird. And so we invite you to practice these teachings in our lifestyle of balance and harmony. Our next speaker, Gary was at the Symposium with us this past summer, and I have to thank him for his teaching. He spent some time sharing the gift of Menomen, our wild rice, and harvesting it in a good way. And Ann and I found out we were purchasing wild rice that has been not harvested, that has been harvested in an unhealthy way, a way that disturbs the water, threatens plant growth, and I thank Gary for that teaching, because we've paid closer attention to the labels. You know, how we encourage read the labels for all of the unhealthy stuff. Well, part of that health comes in how they're harvested. And so, Gary, we welcome you back. And I feel bad he's getting his last mouthful there before we run out of food, but he's doing well. He's moving over here quite well, energized, sipping water. Life is good. So Gary, miigwech.
Oh, miigwech. Again, bonjour in Schnabek, bonjour in Dinaway Maganaduk, Nishu and Nagadishanakas, Manga do them. Kaskawaskachi Magag and Dujba, Wa we eat a mug in Dujba. As always, we always introduce in our Anishinaabe name. And the name that I introduced was my grandfather's name. But, one day my mom, she said, son, I want my dad's name to continue here on Mother Earth. And so we went up to Abashing, one of our hereditary chiefs up there. He's gone now to the spirit world, but the late Mr. Jason, just drew a blank. Greeting Spears, the late Greeting Spears initiated that ceremony. So I probably say and acknowledge Ni Juanung translates to two-star. And Mang Dudem, I said I was from the Loon clan, which was my father and his father and his father and father and father and so on. And I come from Leech Lake. It's in the northern part of Minnesota. Lived there most all my life. I did live up in Obashing, up in the Red Lake Nation as well. That's where my mother was from. Is Misquakami, Wisikaganing, we'd say, Duchaba. So, the Red Lake Nation. Coming here, I was looking forward. Then you always get stage fright, right? You know, it's like lost for words and draw blank and so forth. But the water, the purpose, as we know, without that, we don't exist. And for me, growing up as a young boy, everything else that has happened and has occurred with the historical trauma and so forth, but the one thing that was and is still there is our gathering. The gathering of Monoman, the gathering of wild rice. As a little boy, I was in the community I resided in. I was seen in about mid-August. We see the movement of the neighbors, the relatives, and cousins, and the grandpas, and the aunties, and the uncles. The movement of preparing to go and start gathering. And watching that as a young boy, I was one that had a creativity, mindful, and being young, not able to go out, but to watch. So I would create my own imagination of gathering. And I'd go into these little ditches where the grass grew and stood tall, and I would pick the seeds off the grass. Nobody told me, it was just, again, my creativity of imagining going out. And that was my starting point. That was my beginning of knowing that I was going to be one of the gatherers in my community. So that was my very beginning. And then, of course, watching my grandmother, my grandfather processing the rice the old traditional way with the parching by hand and dancing on the rice, fanning the rice. But I really didn't know how much work was involved till later. And again, just growing up, and finally when I hit, I want to say 11, 12 years old, and I had my opportunity. And one of my aunties asked me, was looking for a polar, and I was pretty good shape, being the oldest, doing the chores, hauling wood, hauling water, all that lifestyle. So it turned out to be a good, strong polar for my auntie, and she says, "Oh, you're going to be good someday." Someday, meaning I wasn't there yet. But I had what it took from that point on. A few years later, it was in me. Like every year, I look forward to going out. And like I said, we grew up very poor, so we didn't have a car, we didn't have a boat, and my father, was in and out, never really acquired the skills like I should have, but I was always willing. And we live in a community where native and non-native, predominantly non-native. We had a Catholic church there, had a Lutheran church, we had an Episcopal church. And this Catholic nun, she helped our community. I really have to acknowledge that, but along with the Catholic priest, the one thing I can say, and I always hear the stories of the horrific things they have done to our people, but these particular nurse and priest helped their family, helped their people. Not once in my life, growing up, have I ever heard them say, "We must pray." It was them that I must pray. Catholic, the priest that I did some chores for and worked for, he always said, "I have to pray." And he did, but he never asked me, he never forced me, and it was just, something that had happened, and I led him, and he did his thing, and away we went, and had lunch, and back to work. But the nun was the same way. Very kind lady, helped my mother a great deal, took her to the laundromat, took her shopping. But why I bring her up is because she wanted to go ricing. So she asked me if I wanted to go, and we had a blast. I'll never forget. And it's not that she needed the money or she just wanted to go out. And I think she wanted to take me to make sure that I was to go out. So all through my years, we went out a couple times. But then, of course, I went with my mother. And by that time, I had a little experience under my belt. As a young boy, I was energetic. Had to be first, had to be fast. And we had fun, but I was, again, more competitive. And Mom, she ever used the word obedience, Mom gave me that. I was always on the go, ready to go, and come on, Mom, let's go. No lunch break. And Mom would say, I'm taking a lunch, and sit down and have her lunch, because I think she was the polar, and I was just starting to knock, bring in the rice. But we had some good stories. But as I grew up through life, growing up as a teenager, and I realized that the work involved with, and how important the elements of nature played a role with our rice, with the growing of that sacred monomen. And as I grew up into a young adult, and again, I was still highly competitive. I had to be first. I had to get the most. And as I started to establish my own family, things changed. And I really looked at, the water, the amount of snow, because all that contributes to the growing of wild rice, the elements. And I realized, and I heard stories of the rice, that part of the year, how many families relied on the season of gathering wild rice, because it contributed to school close. The ricing season started at the same time as school started. And I realized and heard the stories, including myself, that my parents had, the income was, my dad was unemployed, my mom was unemployed, and they waited for the ricing season to come upon, and that's where they generated the revenue. There was logging, of course, but they looked forward to ricing, and it gave them a good amount of revenue to go and buy our school clothes. And I remember a couple times sitting out of school first, second day, because we didn't have no school clothes, no new clothes. So they kept us home and went shopping and sent us out to school, went shopping and acquired our school clothes. So not only my family, our family was a lot of families in our community and elsewhere. On Leech Lake, we have 11 communities, and we're one of the smaller ones. But, and like I said, as I grew up and I realized how significant, how important the gathering of wild rice was to our people, along with, of course, the food, because I watched my grandmother do the work to prepare. They didn't have the money to go out and get their rice done by a person that processed it by machine. They had to do everything by hand. And she really, really safeguarded her rice. She just, I think just watching and hearing and listening and feeling that what she did to preserve her rice, I kind of knew how important it was as a prime source of food, along with the revenue, because I remember people coming to her and buying a pound, 5 pounds, 10 pounds, and she always said, do good, and people will respect your rice and want more. So putting it all together like that as I'm growing up, and it was a source of revenue as well, and food. But now moving through life, as I got older, and I look forward to it. A good friend of mine, Mike Robinson, retired police officer, we've been racing together for quite a while. Another good friend of mine, Brad Anderson, raced for quite a while together. And he also was a keeper of the rice. So, and as I move forward and realizing, and of course I had kids, took all my kids out. Some liked it, some didn't, but at least I took them out. And within the last 10 years, I realized, and I looked forward, and one day I said, you know, I'm going to buy I have 5 children, 5 adult children, and I says, I'm going to buy them all a canoe. And I did that over a course of 3-4 years, and waiting for the right deal, because a canoe can get pretty spendy. But if you can wait and be patient, you can get a good deal, and that's what I did. So I can say right now, all my kids have a canoe. They kind of know a little, you know, they asked the question, Dad, why do you have so many canoes? And I said, well, I'm going to pick a lot of rice, jokingly. But little did they know, the canoes are theirs. Because a canoe, take care of it like anything else. They're aluminum canoes, and they'll last forever. So, and now, as I'm trying to start a little business, but this year was not so good. You know, we hear of climate change, climate effects. We had all the water at the beginning of the year. We had a drought all summer, and that affected the rice. So I got about 40% less than I did last year. Even though, you know, we still do our ceremonies, we still do our offerings, we do our spring ceremony, we do our fall ceremony. But, and I encourage, we all need to do this for the water, for the lake, for the medicine, and for the Minoman, the broiled rice. But it's very important, and it's a very important need. And all my kids grew up with wild rice. I think in all the years, I've only missed 1 year, and I was working construction, and I was called away. But it was also a drought that year, and there was almost little to none to be found that year. But I've been racing every year, gathering, and my children, now my grandchildren, and they know the importance, the significance. And as you get older, you can identify certain lakes in the region. And here's a true story. My granddaughter. So I went to this rice off the res, further down south, called Upper Rice Lake, Upper Big Rice Lake. by Reamer, Minnesota. And it came out really good. The texture, we caught it when it was just ripe. And I went ricing with my good friend. And I said, hey, Marv, I think I'm going to keep this rice. So that means I'll buy his, because you need a minimum of 300 pounds of green rice off the lake for a rice plant to process. So I told him, I said, I'm going to keep this rice. So I bought his share, got our 300 pounds, took it in. And I got it back, finished, and it looked different. To this day, it's a mystery, because I don't know if I got the same rice back or they did something different, but it was not what I expected. But I got stuck with it. So I kept it. I said, well, you know, when you market anything, you want the best, right? Your customers are number one. You want to give them number one stuff. But I couldn't market this rice. So I kept it. I said, well, I'm going to eat it. We know it's still wild rice. So I served it at dinner time. I said, well, every time when I rice and I get it back, I always have to be the first to eat it. So I served it at dinner time. My granddaughter, 8 years old, she was the first one to take a bite. And I waited for her expression. And she took one bite. Her nose wrinkled up. She looked straight at me, and she said, Grandpa, what kind of rice is this? I tell you, that made my heart flutter, because she knew the difference. She knew quality rice just from growing up. At 8 years old, she was able to distinguish good rice. It wasn't bad, you know, it's just something I couldn't market, because I ended up eating it. And, but growing up with it and like I said, my dad did it. When he told me stories, my grandpa did it. And their parents did it. And that's a little bit that I know of. But I know for sure, seeing my grandpa and my uncles, all the community, growing up with this in our families, in our community. And that is why I bought these canoes for my children, so that they continue. Even though they don't rice as much as I do. Because every year I work for the band, I have to make sure I have 120 hours of personal leave in my accounting, because that's what I take 3 solid weeks off for work, from work to rice. Sometimes it goes 3.5. So I assure I have 120 hours in there. And people, this is my time. People say, when are you going to go on vacation, Gary? I am on vacation. This is what I enjoy. I enjoy being out here. It's a lot of work, all day long, many miles through the heat, but I enjoy it. And I do rice camps. I had the Upper Sioux, Lower Sioux community bring some kids up, give them that experience. I take others out in the program, and but we don't see enough of our young people out there today. I don't know what's going on, technology, but you know, a lot of things are altering their minds. So we're not seeing a lot of people, and this year, I mean, people were. The Leech Lake Band of Ojibwe kind of sets the tone in our region. This year, the green rice off the lake went for $10 a pound. $10 a pound. And it drew some, but it wasn't like when I was growing up, cars all over, the landings were full, backed up as far as you can imagine. But it's not like that today. I don't know why, again, can speculate. But the gathering of that sacred Menomen is precious, not only to our culture, but for everyone that does it. And it's our way of life. So I enjoy it. And I love to share the wealth. That's what I call it. I share the wealth. Even though I market it and people say, oh, you gotta ask for more, you gotta ask for more, but you know, it's not, as long as I can get some of that revenue back that I invest, I'm happy. As long as it's not all about profit. I get more out of sharing than I do looking at it as a profit. And that makes a difference. It makes me happy. But at $10 a pound green, and you only get about 40% return. So at 100 pounds of green, you'll get about 45% return. And on top of that, you're going to pay $1.50, $1.60 for every pound finished. And on top of that, you're paying $2.60 a gallon for gas and your time. I mean, mathematically, we did the math at $10 a pound. I think we invest, it's like $14 and some change per pound. And I'm selling it for this amount. Like, Gary, you got to ask for more. But as long as I can make my gas money back, my time, but again, sharing the wealth. But so I guess what I would say as far as my message is that we have to acknowledge, pray for the water. It's so, so important. And some years we go with low water and it's hard to get and there'd be abundance. Some years, like this year, it was too much water and it drowned it, pulled it up. So there's a lot of elements that work against us. But we need to continue always in our ceremonies, acknowledge the Menomen. We always say, miigwech to the Abiinooji-Aki. But that's about all I have, and that's my story with my life, my children, and all those partners I've raced with. And life is good. Miigwech.
Mino b'madazi. Miigwech. Are you accepting adoptive children? I'm in the market for a canoe.
Oh, gosh, not at the moment.
So I got two of them anyways. Ann would get upset, so.
Is there any questions? Anybody have any questions?
Do you have a website?
I'm not there yet. I have Facebook.
Do you have any with you?
I have some with me, yes.
Then we'll have a connection. She gave me my allowance, so I can.
Oh, she did, okay.
Yes, contribute to your gas money.
Okay, all right, so, sounds good. But, yeah, it's, it's because like I said, I want to start a business, but it's not so much about looking at profit. It's just like, I love sharing the wealth. I love sharing elders. And even though I have a set amount, and I've always asked people if they're struggling, if they can't afford it, either I'm going to reduce it, or depending on the circumstances, I'll give it to them. I have no problem doing that. So with that, miigwech, sindawig.
Miigwech bisindawayeg. I believe, referring to Migizi, Mike Sullivan's comment about cultivating the Anishinaabe way of life. How did he put it? The Anishinaabe worldview is what we hear from Gary and his love for doing what he's doing and bringing it to the people regardless of profit. So, miigwech, Gary, miigwech. We're going to go into a video now, right?
Yeah.
You got, and listen to our grandmother Mary Ellen again, and we're good to go. We'll just have a pregnant pause here for a moment.
Water is sacred, my friend. Water is sacred, my friend.
Buju. Niu giju kukui nishinkas, biju dule. Nibe, water. Water is life. We cannot live without it, and water cannot be duplicated. Water is the most precious gift the Creator bestowed upon all of life on earth. But yet, it seems to be the last thing on people's mind. Some exploit and claim it as theirs, others waste it, and they ignore that it's getting scarce. And then there are those who take it for granted and abuse water by throwing waste and trash into it. We see what's happening. It is right before our eyes, and yet, what do? We see fracking, oil pipeline leaks, tar sand mining, and most of us don't say anything. We see industries and corporations dumping contaminants and hazardous chemicals into our waters every day, and still, most of us don't say anything. What are we leaving for our children, the next generations? Are we making sure that they have a good life? We all know the pollution in our rivers, streams, and lakes, and we've heard many statistics regarding the loss of good fish to eat, good clean water for drinking, and about what's happening to our water and animal life. It keeps going on and on. We need to take time and take a long and serious look at what is happening to our mother, the earth. The solution can be found in the teachings and philosophies of the first people's way of life. There is hope to be gained, and with understanding and perseverance, we can overcome this catastrophe of death on earth. That is the vision of empowerment for women, all women. That is why the upcoming Symposium for Women in Water coming together can be an answer for a good life, for our children yet to come, and the beginning of spiritual wellness around the world. Women are the backbone of the nation, heart of the family, and life givers like Mother Earth. We have to protect her, honor and respect her, because without her we have nothing. She holds the secret to all of life and the sacredness of life itself. These are just a sample of the we'd like to give women around the world. We would like to share this good way of life, share the sacred songs and stories that teach of the good life, and also the age-old beliefs and rituals for everlasting life. A cultural, spiritual perspective, the Anishinaabe way. There will never be another like it. There can't be, because at the end of the symposium, we will have instilled in the women a new outlook on life, and the women will know how to work for all the new life that is coming. There will be healing lodges, teaching lodges, ceremonies, dancing, singing, listening to beautiful traditional songs, and they will feel awesome delight and peace in understanding the concepts of life and all of creation. Women will be empowered with a new strength and age-old wisdom to live the talk and walk the walk.
This is our home.
Being in the forefront of this important cause for clean water can sometimes cause stress and fatigue. Women who are putting themselves out there for the sake of clean water can come and be cleansed, healed, and revitalized. We can all gain strength in this unity. This is for all of us. Everyone and anyone can be part of this very important and one-of-a-kind water symposium for women. We're asking for donations, volunteers, and items for our raffle and silent auction. Attend our fundraising efforts and be a sponsor for a woman by donating in her name. Remember, we're a 501c3 organization, and all donations of money and materials are tax deductible. Miigwech.
Just need to. Bonjour, Minoa. Oh, there it is. I was trying to do Stanley's job for a moment, and that's why he gets the big bucks for, oh, we don't give him anything. Our love, we do. So, bonjour in the way maganiduk, ishkide bene indijnikas wabasheshi and dodem. We're moving into our final hour. So, Ann and Suzanne are going to give you a complete review of the remaining inventory. And then we will do a final acknowledgement of your generosity, our gratitude for your generosity. And then Mary Ellen and I will share a song. And then we will go into our closing ceremony. So, again, Miigwech Bizendawieg, thank you so much for listening, for participating, for sharing your resources with us. And Ann and Suzanne, Miigwech.
First of all, I'd like to express my gratitude for all of you who have made donations, for you, those of you who have supported the store and bought items that help support our cause, the Women in Water Symposium. We are going to do, I wanted to mention too that Karen, I spoke with Karen, and she's going to leave the items that are on the list for sale until February. So you have plenty of time to shop. And as the holidays get closer, if you think of something that you saw that is ideal for someone you're gifting, please remember us and continue to support us in that way. Okay, we're going to start with these two, I'm going to call them sofa pillows as well, or throw pillows. And these were donated to us by grandmother Margaret Behan from Oklahoma. She's a Arapaho Southern Cheyenne, and she has graced our symposium 3 or 4 years, I think, and done presentations for us. And she remembered us last summer by donating these pillows to us. So they have Bajiki buffalo design and geometric design on it. Okay. The next thing that we have to share with you is a altar cloth that can be used on a larger, maybe a table to place your sacreds, or if you are going to ceremony and you have a number of things that you want to lay on an altar cloth. This is a nice size. It's about 36 by 36, I believe. And it has a McGeezy, an eagle in the center, and then the back is also McGeezy, numerous McGeezys. And also the fabric that it's on, that the ribbons adhered to, is a satin, so it's real smooth and shiny. The next thing we have are some oven mitts and hot pads. And I tried to keep the water theme with these. I thought these might be a nice just gift if you need to be gifting. There's a thermal padding in it that's supposed to keep the heat away from you. So these hot pads have kind of a celestial design with stars and moons and suns. And then these kind of reminded me of the bottom of a brook or a stream. These are turtles. This is my only pair of large left, and it does accommodate a pretty large hand. I have an average size hand, and these fit fine. These have the sea turtles. Each set comes with 2 oven mitts and 2 hot pads. And this is kind of a water design with the sea turtle. And these are the same. There's only one here that I think is kind of a water pattern. So just these, I guess, yeah. We have numerous tobacco bags here. These are larger ones. These were made by Greg, and they have a turquoise bead across the top. This one with an eagle button. This one with a standing buffalo. This one with a thunderbird. And this one with an Indian head. All those designs have appeared on coins. This is a smaller, looks like a sunburst on it, with the jingle cones on the bottom in blue, bead, and a nice kind of length laced handle. And last we have a pouch type tobacco bag. Yeah, we can do these here. Seven strand, kind of a sage colored, these are a little larger beads. Very pretty, has some shining crystals in it too. And this is the, oh, like this? Okay. Butterfly with, these are glass beads and silver beads. A little smaller bead in a turquoise color with the turtle, the bottom. And this is with a clasp. We have, these were beaded for us by one of our participants who was also discovering her Anishinaabe roots or bloodline. And there are 2 beaded bracelets. And these were done for us by Chris, I'm drawing a blank. I want to say Crystal. I don't think it's Crystal. Yeah. Courtney, I know. It's the end of the day. You'll have to excuse me. Mary Ellen's granddaughter. And they're beautiful. On a post. Pierced earring. Nice work, Courtney. Yeah. We have the moon blessing or water blessing bags. They come with the water song, the Algonquin water song. And I use mine in the morning for blessing of the water early, so my water is blessed all day. Yeah, these are smaller altar cloths, easy to fold up and put in your bundle and then pull out and put your sacreds on. This one with the water drops and the rainbow colors in the back. This one with the McGeezy, the eagle, with the eagles on the back. And this is Nokomis, Grandmother Moon, with the moons on the back. So, yeah. We have, a number of these small copper cups that are on lanyards with different colored beading. If you go onto our website and look, there's a number of them. We have probably close to 20 of them, and all different colors of beading and lacing, so you can choose what you like the best. These are really nice for ceremony when a water ceremony is included and the water is passed. If you have it on your lanyard, you have a ready vessel for your blessed water. And there's two styles. There's the hammered mule mug and just the plain solid cup. We have a feather fan here. This is turkey feather. It was donated to us. Nice iridescent feather here. And this is the back. Has a leather wrapped handle with a little loop here that it can be hung from. These are feast placement. They're made for us by Danielle LeBlanc in Maine. And these can be placed on the ground when you're having feast in lodge. And they put their bamboo spoon in there, so it's all ready. And you can have a napkin in there and you're ready to go. Have your cloth napkin. These are sold, this one and this one are both strawberry ones, but they have a different backing. So these are sold separately. And then there are two here that are sold as sets. They come in a set of 2. This has the butterfly fabric. And this one has the turtle fabric. Again, easily stored in your bundles, so when feast comes around, you're ready. Yep. So we're gonna, do you want to go through the? Oh, no, we won't take them down. These are medicine bags that can be used for tobacco or whatever you are called to put in them. And they're on the pipestone bead. And we have a number of these too. So I would say go on the website and see what we have available and choose the beading that is most hair pipe. There we go. I knew it was a pipe. So anyway, now we're going to move on to the seed bead medallions. We have various colors here. So, and the backs, very nice beading technique, and the backs have a buckskin kind of suede lining on the back. We have a number of necklaces. This with the hair pipe. Turquoise was the silver beading, and this is a a very large, yeah, nugget is what I'd call it too, with beautiful matrix in it. This is more a natural brown color hair pipe with little golden beads. Turquoise with the bone hair pipe here. This is a little more green, but the same or similar necklace. There they go. This one here, we have two with the turtle, shell turtle on, black and white seed beads. We have one choker. It's glass bead and copper beads in a really pretty design. An agate, this is a longer, I'm not sure how many inches, but this is a reddish or rust-colored agate on a matching cord. And then we have down here some earrings that were beaded by the same person, Malaya, that beaded our bracelets here, and they're just beautiful, well-made earrings. They hang about, I wore these because I wanted to have you have an idea of about how long they hang. Different colors. It's hard to describe them. This one has the bee on it, but it also has the moon and the stars. It's very intricate. This one has more Anishinaabe flower. Over on this side, we have a number of bucket necklaces to honor the water protectors. And they are, on our website, we have close to 40 of them. And some of them have smaller buckets, some of them have larger buckets. And the beading is all different from necklace to necklace. So I would suggest you go on our website to the store link and really take a look at what we have, because we have a nice variety. We also have about 8 of these shell necklace and earrings, abalone shell. They're very pretty, and those are sold as a set only. Some additional necklaces, which I'm dropping here. This is turquoise, copper, and white bead with a clasp. Another turtle necklace that is very small, white hair pipe and brown, kind of an arrowhead design bead. Here's the turtle. This turtle necklace has 5, and I call them energy turtles because but really I think what it's supposed to represent is a wave in the center of the turtle. And there are 5 turtles on that with the hair pipe and the blue colored glass bead. We're still coming along here. Just a few more. I don't know. We'll just lay it down. Yeah. This is another nugget with large nugget with a very nice matrix in it, and the beads are turquoise as well. They're a little different in design. This one is copper-colored seed beads with a fetish on the bottom, a bear fetish with inlaid design. This is a 4-strand beaded, variegated beaded in green with the, we'll get our little dragonfly in the front there. I like the colors in that one. I think it's very pretty. And the rest are additional bucket necklaces. So that's what we have left. Oh, we didn't go through the clothing here. We'll do that real quick. You want to start here? These are the veteran shirts. They can be, they're also called honor guard shirts. They are The eagle on them is a camouflage with golden stars. And if you order one of these, there's a medium, large, and extra large. You can order it with the, let us know the branch of the service that you served in, and we will send along the patch that has the insignia of your branch of service. We have two lightweight ribbon shirts. This is a small, this is a medium. Similar in design. This one has a placket in the front, this one the V-neck opening. They both have ribbon on the sleeve and off the shoulder. Okay. This ribbon shirt is a size large. The print is, I believe, an oak, I think it's an oak leaf. And on the back, there's the patch with, or the applique with the bear, the eagle, the wolf, the mountain lion, the elk, the forest, the sun, and the clouds. We have two vests, the beaded pieces on the back. These are genuine leather vests that are lined. This one is the large with the end of the trail on the back. This is the buffalo, and it's the extra large. Again, they're both genuine leather. They have the adjustable sides on them, and they have pockets as well. We all need pockets. And then the bags. We have this bag made by Danielle, a nice soft, completely lined with a pocket, easily washed, has a nice reinforced handle that's not cutting into your hand but very soft. We have 3 of these large crossed chest bags that are 4 compartments with multiple pockets. And these are the 3 we have left. Save the Bees, Water is Life, and a vintage one that's floral. And lastly, we have towels and aprons, and this is what we have left out of all the ones we had. So again, a great big chi-magwitch. The first 2 are the Sweat Lodge towels. They're a nice heavy towel. The Wabashishi, the Martin clan, one in green and one in brown. We also have 2 towel sets left, one that says Nibi, Water is Life, with the wave pattern and the shell ribbon. And down here we have the dragonfly in kind of a rose colored with Buddhist-Ganashi, the dragonfly. We have 5 aprons left. We started out with 10, so wow. This one is I think a water pattern. All these here were made by Mary Ellen's Loving Hands. They all have rickrack on them, which I think is a nice wave symbol. And they have a nice big pocket. And they're all of them are completely lined. So there's that one. This one that is kind of a burgundy color with geometric design, the rickrack. This is a floral pattern in green with the purple rickrack and just a nice contrasting fabric in the center here, lined in yellow. That's a child size apron, and these are for to cover your ribbon skirts when you're working feast or serving food or preparing food, to keep your ribbon skirt nice and clean.
Or modesty if your skirt's too thin.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I hadn't thought of that. Yep. And this one looks like teddy bears and Minnie Mouse and a couple other characters I don't recognize on it. And then the back is again lined. And this is, lastly, there's this floral one with the green, pink, and white and brown ribbon, and then the pink rickrack. No, we didn't. And then this is a commercial apron that was embroidered on with a woodlands tulip flower, and then matching ribbon to match the colors. It does have a place to put your pencil and a couple nice big pockets on it as well. Yeah, you could do that. Okay, and we did sell our other jacket. So this is, we have 2 skirts left. We have this purple, light lavender or purple colored skirt with the mandala on it, ribbon on the pockets, and matching ribbon around and up the front. And we have cowrie shells with white lacing. The skirts I make all have the copper bucket also on the side. All the skirts too, this has about a 3-inch hem in it, and it has, if you open the casing, you can let this out if you need to, or you can take it in another tuck, so it fits well. This one was made by Mary Ellen. It has kind of a leaf pattern in the center and a really pretty blue panels on the side. The ribbon is hand sewn on with a pink and white rick-rack. End of the day, that's kind of hard to say. And finally, last but not least, this is a woman's large petite denim jacket, repurposed. And the ribbon is kind of a poppy red. And on the back is a beautiful butterfly. Menmengua. So again, I thank you for your support, and if you think afterwards that gee, I wish I would have bought that, you can find us at the website, spiritofthewater.org. Go to the store, or are we still on Facebook? Can we go through Facebook? I don't know. For the store, yeah, we can, yeah. So Karen said it'll be up until February, so please, think about us and all the wonderful things we have made by wonderful hands. So, make it.
Miigwech for showcasing all the beautiful handmade items we have here. And I am going to do my commercial again. So anybody that would like to donate $50 to our symposium, this is the t-shirt that we will send you. And if you can donate $50, we will need your contact information and your size. Thank you. And so for $100, this is a very good quality sweat jacket. And so this is what you will receive. Again, send us your contact information and your size. And you can find us on www.spiritofthewater.org, and there's a little donate button on there. So just help us out if you can. It goes to a very good cause, and most for our water symposium. And the next item on our agenda is our financial, our CFO, no. Chief Financial Officer Vicki. She takes care of all of our finances. And so she is going to talk a little bit about,
What we do, you want to give those?
oh yeah, wait, I forgot one thing. Okay, and these were our latest donors. Ed B., Margaret D., Layla G., Carla M., Jennifer M., and then earlier today it was Sharon T., Chris V., Roberta C., Margaret M., Jeanette P., Beatrice B., Larry M., Georgia B., Kathy H., Carrie K., Marcy C., Michelle B., Clara M., Kelly O., Ria O., and Roger N. So we say miigwech for your donations to our symposium, miigwech. And now next we have Vicki.
Buju, Manadu Benishi Kwe in the Shindakas, Wabaseshi in Dudam. As I'm up here to tell you, with all the people that she just spoke about that gave donations, I'm here to tell you what we do with those donations. Look there? Okay. As Greg told you, we hold our symposium on the grounds of Mary Ellen's property. And so we have to bring in a lot of things to accommodate all the people that come. So we use, our donations go for the wood that we use, it goes for the porta potties that we have to bring in, for the tarps that cover our teaching lodge, the food that we eat for 5 days, and our cooks that make that wonderful food, for our speakers that come for 5 days, for their travel, for their lodgings, our help, some of our help has to be lodged because they come from miles away, and we just don't have a housing to put them in, so we pay for that. There's just so much that comes out of the donations that you all give, and we appreciate every bit of it because otherwise we wouldn't be able to put on our symposium. So miigwech to you all, and from our whole committee, we all appreciate everything that you do. Thank you. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Vicki. Miigwech, miigwech. So now it's time to invite, you'll get a chance to see some of the behind the scenes folks now. So we're going to move into our closing ceremony and invite all of the team members. So we're going to need the wide pan here. And all of us are going to share a bit of why we do what we do, and then a closing song, and that will carry us into 8 o'clock. So those of you who are with us, miigwech bisandawieg, thank you so much for your attention and listening to us. All of the donors, and those of you who signed in to pay attention as to what Women in Water Coming Together is about. Our intention today was for fundraising and to share a bit of why we do what we do. And I think you got a really good flavor of that from the variety of women and men who brought their stories to us. So, team, Bindigay. Where did Karen run off to? Sure, she likes to disappear. Oh yes, oh yes. So, Fire keepers should be sneaking in here pretty quick. So give us a minute to settle in, get organized, adjust the sound system.
Try to get the chairs
Our
closer together.
fire is starting to wind down. Yes, please. Those guys can come in and finally thaw out. But like I say, our fire has done its work for us all day long. He came into us about 7:30 this morning, and now is going into his resting mode, having done that work. So, here we are. Oh. So yes. Okay. So it's going to take a couple minutes as we organize, so. No, you go ahead and sit. I'm going to go procure the drum. We're starting our closing ceremony. I guess so. Very good. So if you see a couple men come stand behind us that are shivering, you know they've been sitting at the fire all day. So yes. So this is part of the team that meets on a regular basis to organize all the details. Well, sure, Karen is still sneaking into the background, speaking of a good detail person and a wonderful organizer. But she claims she has more work to do at the computer. Not calling, oh, there, she's going to sneak out now. Wonderful. So, and it's
Here's a handheld mic. Whoever's going to be talking, use this mic. So you don't have to start, but you can pass it around.
So, the question of the hour is, why do we do this work? So, Suzanne, if you wouldn't mind starting.
I do it for the water.
I do it for the water.
I'm going to get a little more detailed here. Bonjour, Nandamay Maganiduk, Navi Manidukoi Indishnikas. My name is Water Spirit Woman. I received that name in 2006 as an adult. And I wrestled with that name for quite a while because I felt like it came with a lot of responsibility, but I didn't know where to go with it, what was being asked of me, how that name was going to lead me. And I think it was in 2012, Greg met Mary Ellen at a Maday ceremony. And it kind of went from there. I found out where my name was going to lead me, and it was to Mary Ellen. And from there, the work started. And we are now 2024, 12 years later. And so I do it for the water. I do it for my children, my grandchildren, and all the people and relatives on this earth who rely on the water. The way I do it is my involvement with Women in Water and the sewing and the water walks and the interactions I have with people. And I will, think I'll be doing this until I can't do it. And I pray for the water every day. And I try to develop a relationship with the water. When I wake up, I drink water, and when I jump in the shower, I'm thanking the shower for helping me be clean. And I pray for the people who don't have water to wash their bodies and be clean and keep their clothes clean. And I think of the water that's washing over me and the memories of that water and where that water has been and the stories that water could tell.
Buju Manadu Benishi Kwe in the Shindikas, Wabaseshi in Dudam. I'm Mary Ellen's cousin, and when she first shared her dream with me many years ago, I, like the rest of us, embraced that dream, and 7, 8 years later, this is where we are, almost 9, I guess. And when we do it, well, I do it for the water, as everybody else does it, but I do it for the women. I do it for myself. I do it for my family. And I say miigwech to Mary Ellen for bringing it to us. And miigwech.
Buju and Denui Magani do Bidana do Quay Indigenous cause. Abiinooji-Aki in Dodem. Mushkazibing in Dunjaba. So I do it because I was taught that that's what we need to do as Anishinaabe Kwe. And surrounded by all these strong women around me, and getting the teachings from our elders, from our women elders, grandmothers, my ma over there. And so I do it so that I can heal myself, so I can help heal others, so that we have water, clean water. I pray for the water so that we can have it for the next 7 generations. And I do it because, we need to be strong. So we need to help. And so that's why I do it for everybody. Chimiigwech.
Buju Nindaway Maganiduk, Ishkidebene Indishnikas, Wabashishi and Dodam. I do this for the men. Ishkidebene, Firebird, is the name that was passed to me. That's how Creator knows me. And as men, we're responsible for the fire. And in the dominant society, we don't learn how to respect women. We don't learn how to honor strong women. shortly after Ann and I were married, I recognized her strength and I was very intimidated by it. And it's been a 53-year journey to grow from indifference toward her strength to tolerance of her strength. In fact, a little bit of a story there. We were volunteering in the women's prison, and there was an emotional journey Ann was on that I wasn't very tolerant of. And I came to a place where, wait a minute, you can tolerate this. And I shared that in one of our little talking circles in the prison. And her name was Diane, and she had the biggest, blackest eyes. And she looked me square in the heart and said, well, isn't that nice that you can tolerate that woman? And she turned my relationship to Ann upside down, because they had got to know us over the course of 3 or 4 years. Isn't it nice that you can tolerate her? And it wasn't too long after that that my recovery started. That recovery brought me to the lodge and to men who were much stronger than I. And we spent a lot of time at the fire. And then the invitation to participate in this dream presented itself. It didn't present itself. She just drew me right into it. There's certain questions that are asked that the answer's there. We don't make an active decision because it's the right path. But from there, the mystery of the matriarchal society began to evolve. And where I'm at right now, I am compelled to share that mystery with other men. And it's not a mystery that's well received. And it's going to continue. This way of life is going to continue and expand. It's necessary for the survival of Mother Earth. And so it's imperative that we as men come to know and honor our responsibility and obligation to enter into relationship with creation, with water, and with these strong women that you've met today. And so I'm compelled to share this with the intention of piercing the hard hearts of those of us men who have grown up in this Western mindset. So I do it for the men, and we will do it for the water. Aho.
I do it for the, I do it for the water, and I do it for all of us.
I do it, first of all, to try and pay forward elders who helped me through my life. I do it for my children and the generations to come, and just honored to learn and be a part of this organization.
Bonjour, Mogamakwe, Indigenous Cause, Wabashish, Nodam, Odamsagay, Ginindunjaba, Ojaboya, Anishinaabe Kwayendao, Medewana Kwayendao, Nishu Mede Kwayendao, Ninga Ijichige Abiinooji-Aki, Ninga Ijichige Nebe Onje, Chi Miigwech Bezendawayeg Aho, Nikanagana.
God's bijou to them. I'm listening to all these beautiful people, and it's part of our family, and they've got such beautiful words and thoughts and kindness for everyone. Why do I do this work? I was destined to do this work. I was brought on this earth to do this work. I was put here to do this work. But I believe that with all my heart. The Great Spirit has given women healing responsibilities. The Great Spirit, through a woman, has brought the pipe, the sacred pipe, to the people. The Great Spirit has brought, through a woman, the Great Spirit has brought the drum, the healing drum, to the people. The healing dances, the jingle dress dance, the healing dances, the children. It's brought life into the world. So when the Great Spirit says in a dream, gather 5,000 women, help them to heal so that they can stand up for clean water, stand up for life. That's why I do it. I love life, and the only way that I can live is with water. And everything I do, and everything I breathe, everything I see, everything I touch, everything out there has to have water. And if the Great Spirit once in a dream says to do that, then I must do that. And I try to do it without any back talk, without any griping, without any fear. And I try to have good thoughts when I'm working this way. But we can't have life without water. Someone told me we can't have life without air. But the air needs water too. The air needs to breathe too. So when the Great Spirit gives us these ways to heal, the drum, the pipe, the jingle dress, the dances, the women's dance, those are all healing things. And he brought them to the healing for the people through a woman. And our grandmothers and our grandfathers, way long time ago, they honored those things. They honored that dance. They honored the pipe. They honored the drum. And they honored it by doing the work. They honored those healing things by doing the work. And they did it without. And it was much harder for them at that time. But in a way, it was much simpler and easier because everyone believed. Everyone believed at that time. So, but they did it without wishing that they didn't have to do it. or wishing for something better that they have to do than sing and beat on a drum. And so it is with life. We're talking about life when we talk about water. We talk about your life, your children's life, your grandchildren's life, your husband's life, your brothers, all your relatives. We're talking about their life. And as hard as it gets, with the most simplest thing in this world is water, but yet it's the greatest thing that has ever, the greatest gift that has ever been brought to us, given to us, without any strings attached. All we have to do is honor it. So I love my family's life. I love your life. I can't live without you. I can't do that. And I can't live without our brothers and sisters out there, the ones that walk on 4 legs, the ones that swim, the ones that fly, the ones that stand still, the brothers and sisters we walk on that we don't even see. Can't live without you. So but you can live without me, I know that. So without them, and protecting them, and making sure that they have clean water and clean things to eat, good things to eat, that will come to me and my grandchildren and every one of us. It will come to us too. And I hold this tobacco because I know I can't do without tobacco. We need this tobacco to help us over the rough spots, to help us through the rough spots, however, which way we try to go. This tobacco is one of the medicines that was brought to us. So we're gonna be thinking about the next Women in Water in the next few weeks and proceeding to plan and contact and do all the things that we have to do to get it going and to keep it going, to pushing the water forward, the teachings. The Great Spirit's just asking for 5,000 people, 5,000 women. That's all. Look at how many women we have in this world, and He's only asking for 5,000. So, yeah, I do it for the Great Spirit because the Great Spirit put me on this earth to do good, to be good. And to be good, I have to respect everything that He gives me, us. Like I said, we can't do it alone. So, Megwitch for listening to me. Megwitch for being out there and doing what you have to do for the water, doing what was asked of you to do for the water. I'm thinking about the little bags that I made for the people that attended the last symposium. I think about those bags at least once a day, sometimes twice, and wonder what they're doing with those bags, how they're filling them up. It's all for life. That's what it is, all for life. Just think, when the Great Spirit gets that 5,000 women standing up, just think of the miracles that are going to happen. I can't wait. So, miigwech.
Nagamo?
Wait, no. Shall you and me sing? What time we got? How much time?
10 minutes.
10 minutes?
Mm-hmm. Okay, let's sing that song, Shamay Namisha.
Okay, you're gonna lead it out so I remember.
This song talks about blessing us, how the Great Spirit blesses us with good life. And also talks about the grandmother and the grandfather, how they bring life to, and how they're being blessed. So, Ije manado. Now how many minutes? Huh? You want to sing that one song for 5 minutes?
Do the water song?
Yeah.
Your water song?
Which one? Be more than 5 minutes. Okay, go ahead.